The Radiance of Pokémon wisdom. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Pokémon Racing. Dear audience, the annual Pokémon Racing is about to begin. The first place winner in today's race will receive the title of the best knight of the year and the glorious championship trophy. Here, I will explain the rules of the race to you. After starting at the arena, each contestant will cross Thunder Town and head to the Dazeo family, where they will turn back to get the egg substitute, and then return to the arena. In other words, the starting point is the end point. There are also routes between the starting point and the end point, and each contestant can choose freely. The next day, the Pokémon racing began, and the passionate voice of the commentator was transmitted to every contestant and audience through the loudspeaker. At the starting line, a group of racers were sharpening their knives, ready to compete for the championship. The temporary auditorium was even more packed, which surprised Zahu secretly. According to his visual estimation, there were at least hundreds of people, and he estimated that everyone in the town had come. He thought it was indeed a town celebration. Fortunately, Kona and the others came early, so Zahu still had a seat, and then watched the situation of the race through the large LCD screen in front. By the way, where are Kojiro and the others? Zahu asked curiously. This. Kona looked at the people who were selling food and drinks in the passage with a subtle expression. Zahu felt something was wrong, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Before he turned his head, he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Cheap food and drinks. Anyone who wants to buy can buy them. Good quality food and drinks. Anyone who wants to buy them. There are discounts. Meow. Zahu covered his head with his hands. I'd better not watch it. Is it really necessary for the two of you? With such a small number of people, you can't get rich. If you want to sell, wait until the silver conference starts, then sell it. That's where you can make money. No, the point is wrong. Zahu shook his head. He should condemn the two greedy guys, especially Kojiro. Your appearance as a peddler will affect your doctoral assessment. It's not the first time. You'll get used to it. Kona comforted him. When they were in Pokémon school, these two were like this. During the Quartz conference, they didn't do it because Kojiro was a contestant. It was too late for the Orange League. Now that they have a chance, the two of them did it again. Yes, watch the game. Zahu looked up at the screen, but when he saw the Pokémon on the screen, his expression became strange. Are you sure? A bee, strange power, Scyther, Beedrill, coconut tree, queen flower, big tongue, slow hippo? What kind of Pokémon are these? Are you sure you want to use these Pokémon to participate in the speed competition? Especially big tongue and slow hippo? Oh my god, who gave you the courage? Seeing these games, Zahu's expectations for this game suddenly dropped to the bottom. Forget it, let's just watch it for fun. Thinking in his heart, the speed competition finally started, but chaos broke out at the beginning. In short, each Pokémon rushed to start, and then several flying bug-type Pokémon suddenly became excited, and directly hung the trainer to fly, bumping into things here and there. There was also a Dodderly and three bird-headed Pokémon who suddenly disagreed and fought with each other. In short, there was a chaos at the beginning, and half of the contestants were eliminated. Zahu's expression was subtle, and he completely gave up his expectations for this game. No, it should be said that we should look at the problem from a different angle. This is not a competition, but just a comedy show. From the cheerful laughter of the audience around, it can be seen that everyone is already used to this. But fortunately, after a period of chaos, Xiaozi and Xiaomeo were not affected. Then, after a chase, Xiaomeo was first and Xiaozi was second. If nothing unexpected happens, the final champion of this competition will appear among the two people in Pallet Town. If I had known it was so simple, I would have let Entei go out and play with my two younger brothers, Zahu said. He thought it would be a bit difficult, so he didn't participate. If he had known this, he would have brought Entei to tease him. I regret it. In this case, when we get to the front, let's go to Alto Mare and play jet skis. It's similar, but the speed race is on the road, while the jet ski is on the water, Kona said. Alto Mare? Zahu asked curiously. Yes, it's called the Water City. There are more boats than cars. It's my favorite place. Kona said. Water City. Zahu nodded. He couldn't remember Altomare, but he remembered Water City immediately. As the brothers and sisters of Water City, they must go and see it. Although they can't subdue it, it's good to see the mythical beast. Zahu and Kona chatted and laughed easily. The game on the other side also came to an end. At the last moment, Bayleaf burned herself for Zyozzy and stretched out 2 vine whips to whip its own buttocks. Then, under the stimulation of severe pain, it suddenly stimulated its potential and was half a head faster than the wind speed dog. Zyuksha and Zyadagang were confused, but the audience was very happy. That Bayleaf is wonderful. Kona weighed her words tactfully. She really didn't know what words to use to describe it. She had never seen a Pokémon that would take the initiative to spank itself to speed up for its trainer. That's love, Zahu said. Love? Kona said in surprise. True love. Zahu nodded affirmatively. Zyozzy's Bayleaf definitely surpassed the love that ordinary Pokémon have for their trainers. The number 1 in the world, the jealous leaf. Love? Zyadagang seemed to have heard some incredible keywords and looked at Zahu with bright eyes. What? Zahu turned his head to look at Zyadagang and found that he looked like he wanted to say something but was embarrassed to say it. He said something to Kona, took the initiative to go over and ask, and then saw Zyadagang looking at him with admiration and said, Brother Zahu, there is something. Can you help me? What is it? I will help if I can. Zahu said straightforwardly. Zyozzy has been traveling for so long and can get such good things, all thanks to this babysitter gang. If he can help, he will definitely help. It's like this, Brother Zahu, can you tell me how to find a girlfriend? Zyadagang said with hope. This? Zahu's expression was subtle. He thought it was something else. The result was this, but how should he answer Zyadagang? How to chase a girlfriend? How do I know? I only have one girlfriend experience. And this is the one I have been chasing for 5 years, since I was 10 years old. I fell in love with her over time. Okay. Yes, Brother Zahu, you must have some ability to chase the 4 heavenly kings. Zyadagang said admiringly. Although there was no experience to teach, Zahu didn't want to be disappointed with Zyadagang's admiring expression. After thinking about it, he patted Zyadagang on the shoulder and said, to chase a girl, first of all, you must have enough strength. As a man, you must have enough ability to protect the woman you like, right? Yeah. Zyadagang nodded his head frantically and took out a small notebook from somewhere, taking notes frantically. Second, you have to find someone with the same interests and hobbies as you. Don't chase after everyone you meet. This is hopeless, Zahu said. Yes, from now on, I will only pursue Miss Junsha and Miss Kayoi. Zyadagang said. Zahu's mouth twitched. He really didn't understand why Zyadagang was so keen on Junsha and Kayoi. Really, although Junsha and Kayoi are both very decent and good looking, your wife, your eldest sister-in-law, your younger sister-in-law, and your mother-in-law all look the same. Don't you feel terrified? If relatives stay here, aren't you afraid of recognizing the wrong person? Oh, yes, Zyadagang can avoid this. Because Zyadagang is fully animated, he is the only monster who can tell which place dozens of Junsha and Kayoi are from at a glance. And when he meets the real Kayoi and Junsha, his heartbeat will speed up, but no matter how similar Musash's disguises, he will not be moved, and he can tell at a glance that it is fake. So don't worry about the problem of finding the wrong wife. But what kind of feeling is it to face a daughter who looks exactly like your wife? Just remember these, and work hard to improve yourself. I know 2 people. One likes squinty eyes like you, and the other is open-minded and suitable for you to flirt with. If you really can't find them, I will introduce them to you, Zahu said. In the animation, Zyadagang has been defeated repeatedly, but there are people who like him. Among them, the most suitable one is Lizzie, the island queen of the Alola region. They are both rock-type trainers. In the animation, there is really a tendency for love sparks to be created. The second is Zyadagy and the battle frontier in the battle against the water pipe. Zyadagy likes squinty-eyed Pokémon or people. These 2 are both good looking and have good status. It is a good thing for Zyadagang to catch up with one of them. and it is easier for Zyargang to catch up with them. Okay. Hearing that Zahu is willing to introduce him, Zyargang nodded his head frantically. Zahu shook his head helplessly. Finally, under the setting sun, Zyarzi took the championship trophy and also took a Pokémon egg. Zahu didn't know the reason. The reason in the animation was that the Rocket Team's trouble was solved, but here, Kajiro was still selling things and didn't make any trouble at all. However, anything could happen to Zyarzi. So Zahu didn't say much, said goodbye to Zyarzi and Zyaromeo, and then set off for Kajijim. Chapter 227, The Mikali Cup of Johto. After passing through Thunder Town, they arrived at Rakage Town, which was only a few miles away from Kajijim. Zahu and his friends took a short break and started shopping. After all, this was considered a visit by the younger generation, and it would be embarrassing to go empty-handed. Do Uncle Liu and Aunt Zima have anything else they like? Zahu asked Kona. No, as long as you have the intention. The teacher and Aunt Zima don't really care about these gifts. If you really want to make them happy, you might as well go for a run with them and exercise. For example, Uncle Liu likes to practice under the waterfall. Kona smiled. Under the waterfall? Not impossible. Zahu scratched his head and thought, under the waterfall, it's a good thing that Uncle Liu didn't practice into Bujingan. Okay, these gifts, plus the gifts you asked Zyajiro and Myomio to buy, are enough. Next, you should consider what Pokémon to use in the gym competition. The teacher has the strength of a king. If it weren't for the knot in his heart that was not untied at the beginning, he wouldn't have challenged the king all the time. Kona said. Knot in the heart? Zahu asked curiously. Yes, the teacher's nickname now is Liu Bo in winter. He is cold and strict, especially when it comes to training Pokémon. People feel that he is as cold as ice. But in his early years, he was not like this. He also believed in his Pokémon. They were best friends. He treated his long-haired pig just like Zyarzi treated Pikachu. Until one time, the teacher fought against a duck-billed Charmander. Because the long-haired pig was very energetic, he chose to send the long-haired pig to the field. However, the long-haired pig was defeated. In order to protect the long-haired pig, the teacher used his body to block the flames for it, but he was burned. Then, in the heavy snow, the long-haired pig left him. Since then, the teacher no longer trusted Pokémon. He believed that training should be strict, and that humans and Pokémon would not be friends. Therefore, he was depressed. Kona said, long-haired pig? Maybe the long-haired pig did not abandon Liu Bo, but went to find herbs to heal Liu Bo's injuries? Then what happened in the middle of the battle? Zahu said. Is it possible? Kona said. Why is it impossible? You are the king of ice. Do you think your Pokémon will abandon you when you are injured? Zahu asked. Absolutely impossible. Kona said firmly. Isn't that right? Most Pokémon are very simple creatures. If you are good to them, they will be good to you. Since Liu Bo is willing to pay for the long-haired pig, it means that he loves his long-haired pig enough. The long-haired pig shouldn't abandon him like this. Especially, I can't understand why he left Liu Bo and joined a new trainer when he was injured. Isn't it unscientific? Zahu said. Maybe so, but it has been so many years since the incident, and there is no way to confirm it. Kona said. That's not necessarily the case. I may have thought of the best gift. Zahu smiled slightly. He remembered that in the animation, Zyarzi found the long-haired pig under a cliff. The long-haired pig was looking for herbs to treat Liu Bo's burns, but it accidentally fell down and was frozen until now. If you can really help Liu Bo untie his knot, I guess Liu Bo will give you the badge directly. Kona said. No, I'm actually thinking about another more serious question. If Liu Bo resolves his emotional problems and wants to challenge the king again, will he pull Do out of the championship again? Zahu said. Kona's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, as if this was possible. She knew the level of her teacher, but after thinking about it, she shook her head and said, impossible. The teacher no longer has the mind to compete for the king. It's best to be able to rest. Like Kikuko, she has wanted to rest for a long time. Now she is a gym trainer in Tokiwa City, which is considered semi-retired. After traveling with you in Johto and returning to Kanto, I will really be busy for a while. Then why don't you stop doing it? I will support you. Zahu said. I really thought about not doing it and being your full-time wife, but when someone travels, I don't know when I can stop, so I'd better be busy. Kona said. If one day you want to be a full-time wife, I can end my trip early. Zahu said. Okay, when one day you are tired, and I'm tired too, let's find a place to retire. Pallet Town, Orange Islands or Alola Islands, where we first met are all fine. Kona smiled gently. Yeah. Zahu nodded with a smile. Wait, did I hear some great news? The most beautiful Ice Queen in Kanto and the youngest Pokémon Doctor are together and planning to retire? A surprised voice suddenly sounded next to him. Zahu had a subtle expression, turned his head, and found that Mikali was looking at them with a joking look on his face. So you are the single nobles in our own region, Mr. Mikali. Of course, we are different from you. You don't even have the opportunity to retire. Zahu had a playful smile on his face. You are a dead single. You don't even have a girlfriend. Retirement is the same as working. Mikali's expression froze slightly. Isn't he busy promoting the gorgeous competition and flying around the world, so he has no time? Kona looked at the two people with amusement and said, okay, meeting is fate. Let's go over to the side and have a cup of coffee. No, I'm here with my friends this time, so I'll invite you over. Mikali said. Will it be awkward if we go with friends? Zahu said. It's okay. My friend is Genji, the Dragon King of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Hone. He must be interested in King Kona and Dr. Zahu. Mikali said. King Genji. Zahu and Kona looked at each other, thought about it, and agreed to go. On the way, I asked Mikali why he came to Johto. Then, as expected, the Mikali Cup was being held again. In order to promote the gorgeous competition, Mikali also tried his best. Walking to a tea restaurant, Zahu and Kona also met Genji, the Dragon King of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Hone. Perhaps because of the long-term exposure to the sea breeze, the skin on his face was a little dry and wrinkled, but it was more obvious that he was meticulous. Wearing a captain's hat and a loose captain's uniform, he vaguely revealed his strong abdominal muscles that had been trained by the sea. There was also a young boy following him, who seemed to be his younger relative. Genji seemed a little surprised by the arrival of Zahu and Kona, but he quickly welcomed them and introduced the boy next to him as his youngest son, Hiroya. Zahu and Kona did not dare to neglect Genji. Hone is also an extremely special region among all the regions. Other regions have one quasi-god in each region, but Hone has two. One is Metagross and the other is Salamander. Among them, Metagross is basically in the hands of Dago's family, and Salamander is basically in the hands of Genji's family. Among the 4 Heavenly Kings of Hone, these two families basically occupy 2 positions in each session, and even the champions are usually born from these 2 families. Chapter 228 Rebellious Child. Do you two have any interest in hosting the Mikali Cup this time? Mikali invited Zahu and Kona again. It depends on the situation. Maybe we will join in for fun. But we do have a companion who is quite suitable. I plan to let him specialize in the coordination trainer when he arrives at home. Zahu said. Oh. Then I'm interested to see. There are not many people who want to specialize in the coordination trainer in the Kanto city. Mikali said. It shows that there is a market for coordination trainers. Zahu smiled. Yes, beauty is also an art. Pokémon battles should not be just for simple victory. Heyo, I heard Zahu's words and strongly agreed. Everyone has different views and will make different choices. Zahu smiled awkwardly but politely. He could say that in his heart, victory is much more important than beauty in Pokémon battles. What does it matter if the moves are ugly? As long as you don't break the rules and win, it's fine. When Genji heard Haoi's words, his face sank in displeasure and glared at Haoi, who lowered his head in disappointment. Zahu felt something was wrong. There seemed to be something wrong between this father and son. The son wanted to be a coordination trainer, but the father disagreed. Boss, we've bought the things. I saw the poster of the coordination trainer. I want to participate. At this time, Kojiro's excited voice came. Zahu turned around and saw Kojiro running in excitedly with a poster in his hand. Stop, don't be excited. This is the first coordination trainer, the organizer of the Mikali Cup, Mikali. Zahu pointed at Mikali next to him and said, Mikali-sama? Kajiro stared at Mikali with shining eyes. Since he was preparing to become a coordination trainer, he began to pay attention to the coordination training. Among these, Mikali's name naturally could not escape. "It's me." Mikali smiled. Unlike Honsinop, in the Honsinop region, every time the Mikali Cup was held, he had to find a place to hide first to avoid being surrounded and harassed by fans. But in Kanto Johto, he needed a large number of fans to promote the gorgeous contest. "Master Mikali, I want to sign up. Are there any conditions? I also want to be an excellent coordination trainer. Do you have any secrets?" Kajiro said. "No secrets, but I do have some experience. How about I tell you about it?" Mikali said. "Yeah." Kajiro nodded his head frantically. "Excuse me for a moment." Mikali said hello to Chahu and Genji, and then took Kajiro out to teach him some experience. In the end, Chahu, Kona and Genji were not familiar with each other, but they sat together, which was a bit awkward. But not long after Mikali left, Haoi ran away to pee. Then Genji thought for a while, and said to Chahu, "Drive Chahu, I heard from Mikali that you are the champion of the Quartz Conference, right?" "Yes." Chahu nodded. "Can you do me a favor?" Genji said. "Help?" Chahu frowned. Genji still needs his help? After thinking for a while, he said, "Is it about Haoi?" "Yes." Genji admitted it readily. "Our family, Mr. Zahu must have heard that we are a family of the sea. Every man in our family is a man of the sea, taking the sea as a cradle, growing up in the storm, and forging a body like steel in the stormy waves." Zahu nodded. The Genji family is basically a part-time captain, and they explore the sea. There is even a legend that the earliest ancestor of the Genji family was a pirate. Of course, this statement is only spread privately, and no one dares to say it loudly now, otherwise the Genji family is not easy to mess with. It is because of this will that our family has always stood firm in the Hone region. And now, Haoi, this bastard, is actually obsessed with the gorgeous competition. He does not pursue strength and ride the wind and waves on the sea, but pursues beauty instead. Everything is based on beauty. It's just a jerk. Gorgeous competitions, that kind of thing for women to participate in. Sissy, what's the use? Genji said the latter, getting more and more angry, vaguely having the urge to slam the table. Zahu tried to comfort him, but he thought to himself, "It's a good thing that Mikali is out now, otherwise he would have beaten you to death if he heard you say that women participated in something." Because of this kid, the family fell out, but this kid still insisted. Just like this time, I didn't intend to bring him here, but this kid came here by himself. If I had known this, I shouldn't have been friends with Mikali, the bastard. Genji said angrily. "Drive Zahu, do you think so? In Pokémon battles, what's the point of being gorgeous? Victory is the most important indicator to pursue. A man who doesn't have a will and body of steel, but instead tries to be gorgeous, and even gives up strength for gorgeousness, is simply stupid. Do you want to be a trainer or a star?" Genji said. "Yeah." Zahu nodded, and he agreed with Genji's ideas. He also firmly believed that the traditional Pokémon duel was orthodox, and regarded the gorgeous competition as a pastime. "Drive Zahu, you also think I'm right, right? So I want to ask you to help me beat that guy in the game. Let him know that all the splendor is empty, only strength is the strongest." Genji said. "Ah." Zahu glared. "I just agree with your dual concept, but I don't think Haoi is unforgivable for being a coordination trainer. Everyone has their own pursuits. Although Haoi's pursuit is different from the concept of the entire family, it is a complete fallout, which seems a bit out of line. However, it is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. This is a matter between you and your son. What does it have to do with me, an outsider? Don't make me a nobody at the time. Drive Zahu, thank you for your trouble." Genji said. "Okay." Zahu looked at Genji's sincere expression, and couldn't refuse after all. After all, he was a king and the actual ruler of one of the two major families of Hone. "Thank you, Dr. Zahu. When the time comes, Dr. Zahu, don't be vague. Don't worry about the rules. It's best to knock that kid salamander unconscious before the time is up. Hit him as hard as you can. It's best to make that kid have a shadow in his heart. Let him target you, and then continue to work hard to improve his strength." Genji said. "Okay." Zahu nodded numbly, thinking, is this his biological son? I'm afraid he was picked up from the trash can outside. Kona looked at Zahu sympathetically, and of course he felt more sympathetic to Haoi in his heart. If Zahu used all his strength, wouldn't that be the super evolution of Articuno? And Salamander, with the dual attributes of dragon and flying, was restrained by the ice type 4 times. Can it withstand a single move? Chapter 229. The game begins. Although Zahu met Mikali in Raikage Town, the actual venue was in Kaju Town. Because he had to participate in the competition, Zahu did not bother Liubo, but found a hotel to stay and prepared for the challenge. Zyajiro, wear this for me today. Early in the morning of the competition, Zahu threw a beautiful men's dress to Zyajiro and said, "Boss, thank you for preparing a gift for me. It's so thoughtful." Zyajiro took the dress and said happily. Zahu showed a strange smile. "In fact, I didn't want to buy it for you. But I'm more afraid that you are crazy and wear a dress to participate in the competition. Okay, let's go together. I'm also a contestant today." Kona smiled. "Sister Kona, you want to participate too? Bullying the weak?" Zahu asked curiously. "This is what you have to do. I just want to compete with you." Kona said. "Compare with me?" Zahu said. "It's been a long time since I participated in the competition. I'm bored. It's a good time to let Articuno come out to play. I haven't commanded it much yet." Kona said. "In the finals, I lose entry and you lose Articuno." Zahu said. "That's it." Kona nodded. The two of them talked casually, but they seemed to have regarded this year's Mikali Cup as a show of affection for the couple. "Wait, boss, sister-in-law, it seems that I also participated. With you guys like this, I don't feel very present." Kajiro stretched out his hand. "Well, Kajiro, you still hope that Kona and I don't pass the preliminary review. Otherwise, if we pass the preliminary review, it will be difficult for us to lose," Zahu said. Kajiro wanted to refute, but he also felt that what Zahu said was true. He could only cheer himself up secretly. He must be able to do it. He was the one who got the experience from Mr. Mikali. Walking to the venue, it was calm all the way, and then he went backstage to change clothes. Zahu and Kajiro both dressed quickly, but Kona was a little slow when dressing, so Zahu had to wait for a while. However, when he saw Kona finish dressing, he had no objection. She was wearing an elegant lavender dress, which set off her noble and elegant aura. Her bare shoulders were as white as snow, and her face, which was carefully dressed, was even more beautiful. She walked slowly, and a noble queen temperament came to her face. Zahu's mouth curled up slightly. His wife. "What are you looking at? It's not like I haven't seen you before." Kona glanced at Zahu with a frown. "I really haven't seen you like this. How about I take another look at you tonight?" Zahu smiled. "Don't, come on. The competition is about to start. This should be the first time we have met in a formal competition. Come on, don't lose before the finals." Kona said. "Don't worry, Kona's opponent in the finals this time must be me, and I will be the winner this time," Zahu said confidently. "Okay, let me see how strong you are." Kona raised her glasses, and a strange light reflected from her glasses. Zahu smiled and prepared for the competition. It was similar to the Orange Islands, with not many participants, only more than 30 people. Zahu ranked 15th, with Kajiro and Kona ahead of him. Kajiro was the first to go on stage. He was particularly handsome in a gentleman's suit today. He gently lifted the light blue hair beside his ears, threw the Pokeball in a beautiful posture, and Monini made a brilliant appearance and did a spinning dance in the air, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then Kajiro made a beautiful turn and turned out to be dancing, while Monini used a substitute to become two Moninas, jumped down actively, and then one person and two pets actually danced together, tacitly synced, and elegant movements surprised everyone. Finally, the two Moninas jumped on Kajiro's head and spun rapidly, and the audience around applauded. The four judges also gave all of them a pass without surprise. "Today's Kajiro is here to steal the limelight," Zahu said. "In a sense, this is what he should be like, the eldest son of the Sasaki family. I don't know why he stays by your side as an assistant," Kona said. "Because I'm excellent," Zahu said as a matter of course. Kona nodded. "You are right. I have nothing to say." After Kajiro's performance, Kona went in soon. Zahu also opened his eyes wide and looked forward to Kona's performance. Ice-type tricks are naturally suitable for gorgeous performances. Kona's first show in the gorgeous competition will definitely not be bad. Under the expectant gaze, Kona appeared on the stage like a noble queen. She threw the Pokeball of Articuno with one hand. Articuno danced in the air. She didn't even do any extra movements. Just her appearance made the audience around her scream. Not everyone can see the mythical beast with their own eyes. Kona smiled slightly. Everyone's performance was within her expectations. Then she issued the attack command of Blizzard. The wings of Articuno in the sky vibrated, and ice crystals flew. Under the lights, it shone with amazing beauty. There was not much suspense. She passed with full marks. Finally, it was Zahu's turn to play, but he didn't send Yandy, but sent out Gotha Duck. Gotha Duck first used a powerful water cannon towards the sky, and then when the water drops fell in large pieces, it used the freezing light to freeze them all at once, also showing the beauty of the sparkling ice crystals. Then Gotha Duck activated its telekinesis and freely controlled these ice cubes to create brilliance. In the audience, countless audiences cheered, and Gotha Duck even narrowed its eyes when it heard it. It loved such a beautiful scene the most. Zahu raised the corners of his mouth, knowing that Gotha Duck was suitable for this kind of performance, so he deliberately let it out. The 4 referees nodded again. Zahu thanked all the audience, and then turned back, but just passed by Haoi who was behind him, and smiled at him. Child, poor. Haoi didn't understand the hidden meaning of Zahu's smile, but secretly clenched his fists. Last night, Genji finally agreed to let Haoi participate in the gorgeous competition, but the condition was that he must win the ribbon medal of the Mikali Cup this time. Although Kona and Zahu are very strong, he still wants to fight. After all, this is not a traditional competition, but a gorgeous competition. It is enough to deduct the opponent's points, and it is not necessary to defeat the opponent's Pokémon. This child's performance is very good. He is worthy of being the son of Genji. That violent salamander is well trained. After getting off the stage, Kona looked at Haoi's performance on the screen and said to Zahu, "Not bad." Zahu nodded, but did not give much praise. It is almost a matter of course to cultivate a violent salamander to the elite level. It is difficult to find a violent salamander with strength below the elite level. Rather than saying that it is the cultivation of the trainer, it is better to say that the Pokémon has good genes. However, Haoi's gorgeous performance is really good. It looks like he has received professional and formal training, and the performance is very good. Finally, the second round of the list appeared, and Zahu, Kona, Kachiro, and Haoi were all on the list. After the battle ranking, it was very uncoincidental that Zahu played against Haoi and Kona played against Kajiro. Kajiro's face turned pale. He was really going to die. Haoi's face became stern, and there were sparks in his eyes when he looked at Zahu. Zahu shrugged, and then he was beaten into a shadow. Don't blame me, it's all your father's fault. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Emperor Yan shows off his power. This game represents my life. I will win this game to prove to my father that being a coordinator trainer is okay. Haoi looked at Zahu and said seriously, throwing his Pokeball. A red light flashed, and a ferocious 4-legged dragon appeared in the sky. The blood-red wings on its back flapped, and a gust of wind was raised. Its eyes swept around, and it was extremely domineering. Although the audience was not being watched by the violent salamander, they still felt a sense of fear in their hearts, and shrank their bodies subconsciously. Zahu's expression did not change. The violent salamander, also known as the violent flying dragon, the blood-winged flying dragon, and the Gyarados have the characteristics of intimidation, so they look very scary. However, when it comes to majesty, who has Entei ever been afraid of? Zahu threw out the Pokeball of Entei, and a fiery red figure appeared domineeringly. As if feeling the threat of the violent salamander, Entei raised his head angrily and roared arrogantly, destroying the momentum of the violent salamander completely, and looked down on the violent salamander instead. Although one was below, and the other was above, at this time, the momentum was clearly reversed. Before, Kona took out an Articuno, and now Zahu took out a Entei. Do these two people have a mythical beast? Their luck is really good. Mikali, who was acting as a referee, exclaimed. But Entei is not Articuno. Articuno restrains violent salamander 4 times, while Entei's fire attribute is restrained by violent salamander. Genji, who was also a special guest, said with a hint of regret. Do you really want AOI to lose? Mikali turned his head and said. What do you think? Genji turned to look at Mikali, his eyes unblinking, and Mikali turned his head away in fear. Flame Emperor. Divine beast. But it has the attribute of fire, so don't panic. Violent salamander. AOI also comforted. Violent salamander nodded and roared again. As a quasi-god, he would not be afraid of a third-class divine beast like Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, charge up the flames to attack. Zahu took the lead in giving the order. Flame Emperor, who had been unable to wait for a long time, immediately burst into flames after hearing this, and pounced on the violent salamander like an arrow from a bow, with a majestic momentum and flames burning on his body. Although he had not yet attacked the violent salamander, the tense atmosphere had spread throughout the venue. AOI's eyes flickered slightly, and at the moment, when Flame Emperor was about to attack the violent salamander, the violent salamander's wings suddenly trembled, so fast and violent, that at the critical moment, the vital position avoided the attack of Flame Emperor. Although some parts were still burned by the flames of the Entei, it was no big deal for the double resistance of the violent salamander. The tense situation at the critical moment and the clever and thrilling escape from death surprised the audience. Then, Zahu's score suddenly dropped by a quarter. This is the art of the gorgeous competition. It is not only for direct attack, but also for beauty. In the gorgeous competition, deliberately putting Pokémon in crisis, and then saving them is the best way to mobilize the audience's emotions and get high scores. This is what Mr. Mikali's teacher, Mr. Adam, taught me. Hiroya said complacently. Genji's face looked even worse, and he glanced at Mikali next to him. Mikali was terrified and felt something was wrong. Really? Did Mr. Adam teach you some common sense about Pokémon? For example, does charging flame attack increase the speed of Pokémon? Zahu's voice was slightly cold. Entei, charging flame attack. Entei had just landed on the ground. Upon hearing Zahu's order, he immediately jumped up quickly. His whole body was in flames, and he slammed into the Hurricane Salamander fiercely. The Hurricane Salamander instinctively wanted to wait until Entei got close to the limit before dodging, but found that his speed was not as fast as Entei's. Before he could even react, he was slammed to the ground by Entei. Entei, use trample. Zahu's voice sounded. Entei's 4 hooves were blazing with flames, and he stepped hard on the Hurricane Salamander's proud body. The Hurricane Salamander roared angrily, but his anger was nothing in front of Entei, and his proud strength was also suppressed by Entei. He could not take off again, and could only endure Entei's ruthless trampling again and again. Violent salamander, break free quickly. AOI looked at the miserable state of the violent salamander, and was filled with grief. He shouted loudly. Hearing AOI's shout, the violent salamander also struggled hard. However, under the violent suppression of Emperor Yan, ideas were just ideas after all. Even though Emperor Yan's attacking moves were not gorgeous, under the violent trampling of Emperor Yan, AOI's score was still dropping rapidly. Even many viewers shouted, feeling that such a violent fighting method was full of violent beauty. Even though it's a gorgeous competition, and we have to consider the gorgeousness of Pokémon's moves, the Pokémon competition is still based on the strength of Pokémon. Deliberately creating dangerous situations and then creating tension is a smart technique often used by some masters, but if you can't grasp this degree, you will be defeated by trainers who are weaker than you. Especially since your strength is much worse than mine. Keeping this habit will kill you. Zahu looked at AOI solemnly. Pokémon battles are often lightning fast. Deliberately showing weakness is like playing with fire. Yundi, you've had enough. Let's end the battle. Zahu gave the final order. After hearing this, Yundi gathered the power of his front feet to the limit and stepped hard on the dragon head of the violent salamander. With one knockout, Haoi's points were instantly deducted. Violent Salamander? Haoi was shocked and couldn't believe that his Violent Salamander was defeated so easily. Coordination trainers also need strength. In these aspects, you should learn from your father first. Zahu took back Yandy and said. Haoi's face was gloomy, but he didn't hear much of Zahu's words. If he lost this game, he would no longer be a coordinator trainer, and he lost so badly without any reason. Hiroi, you've been hit hard. Are you really okay? Macaulay said. It's this kind of blow that makes him sober. Deliberately creating dangerous opportunities to mobilize the audience's emotions is a beautiful performance technique, but it's just a performance. In a real battle, unless you are much stronger, playing like this is courting death. Facing a master like Zahu, he is still used to doing this. If it weren't for the strong salamander, this kid would have lost long ago. Genji said sternly. Michaela's expression was slightly embarrassed. It was his teacher who taught Haoi to use this method, so he couldn't comment on it. Outside the arena, an old man next to Kona saw this scene, nodded slightly, and said to Kona, the boyfriend you found is not bad. Yandy uses it well. This is not all of Zahu's strength. His Articuno is the strongest main force. If Zahu brings that Articuno to fight the gym, the teacher may not be able to beat it. Kona said. Don't think that the teacher is really old, just because he is old. I haven't given up my training over the years. Even if it is Articuno, don't think it's easy to beat me. The old man said proudly. Obviously, he is Liubo, the trainer of Kaji Gym. Originally, Liubo's personality was not interested in participating in the gorgeous competition, but his wife Sima was interested, so she followed to see it. As a result, she saw Kona and walked over. Kona smiled slightly and didn't say much. If she continued to talk, she would just say that her teacher couldn't beat her boyfriend. It's better to wait until the fight really happens. Facts speak louder than words. The competition continued in an orderly manner. Although Zahu and Kona were not professional coordination trainers, they were able to easily advance to the finals with one entry and one Articuno. This made the judges somewhat dissatisfied, because these two people did not compete in the way of coordination trainers at all, but just fought like ordinary trainers. Basically, within 5 minutes, they beat the opponent's Pokémon to the point where they completely lost their combat ability. Chapter 231, Ice and Fire War. Sister Kona, even if the opponent is you, I will not show mercy. On the final stage, Zahu looked at Kona on the opposite side and said, you said it the other way around, right? I should show mercy to you. Since we met, when have you ever won a duel against me? Kona said without showing any weakness. It's this time. Zahu's eyes lit up slightly, and the Flame Emperor in front of him looked at the Articuno in the sky and let out an angry roar. Articuno's body tilted down slightly, and a fierce expression appeared in its eyes. They are all third-class beasts, and no one is afraid of the other. Articuno, Water Wave. Kona took the lead in attacking. Articuno opened its beak, and a water blue wave ball shining with a strange glow quickly sprayed out of its mouth and shot towards Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, spray flame. Zahu's eyes condensed slightly. This was not the first time he and Kona had fought, but it was true that before the trip, whether it was 3-on-3 or 6-on-6, he had never defeated Kona. Now it was time to win once. Looking at the water ball rushing towards him, Yandy stepped on the ground with his 2 front feet wearing iron rings, opened his mouth, and a column of blazing flame sprayed out. It consumed the water waves in midair, but it did not cancel each other out as usual. Instead, it stalemated in midair for a while, making a hissing sound, and then a large amount of water mist rose up, which filled the entire venue in an instant. The audience around was puzzled. Everyone came to watch the gorgeous competition. Now they couldn't even see the Pokémon, so how could they watch the special moves? The 3 permanent judges of the gorgeous competition also frowned. If this happened, they would be deducted points. Michaely and Genji frowned subconsciously. These 2 people seemed to be going all out to fight. Yandy couldn't see the figure of Articuno in the water mist, and didn't dare to attack rashly. However, a black shadow attacked silently in the water mist, and a water wave hit Yandy's head directly. Yandy felt pain and roared. He wanted to fight back, but saw that Articuno had already risen to the sky. Snowstorm. Kona's cold voice continued to come. Articuno's wings fluttered, and a strong cold current fell. Ice and snow attacked Yandy, who was caught off guard, and suffered another blow. He showed a painful expression. First, use water waves to calculate that there will be water mist, and then use Articuno to quickly find the opponent in the white mist, and seize the initiative. The strength of the 4 Heavenly Kings was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even if the opponent is his lover, he will never show any mercy. This is the comprehensive combat posture of the Ice Queen Kona. Yandy, supernatural power. Zahu shouted with a serious face. He did not show fear or any other emotions because of Kona's careful calculations and attacks. Kona's strength is very strong, and he knew it long ago. If there was no such calculation, how could he sit firmly in the position of the king for so many years? But he has never been weak. A strange light flashed into his eyes, and a powerful force directly acted on Articuno, knocking it down from the sky. Although it is a fire type Pokémon, it also has psychic type moves. Articuno, Heart Sigh. Kona did not let Articuno break free from Ento's psychic control. This control is basically impossible to break free of, so he simply took advantage of it. After hearing this, Articuno completely gave up resistance and let his body fall to the ground, also using Hard Sigh. When Zahu heard the word Hard Sigh, his face changed slightly. No one was better at using Articuno than him, so he naturally knew what the best move for Articuno was. Entry, seize the opportunity to pursue the victory, and charge up the flame attack. Zahu shouted. Entry ran on all fours, his whole body burning with raging flames, and fearlessly attacked the fallen Articuno. When he stepped on the ground, the entire ground vibrated because of his powerful force. Absolute Zero. Kona gave the attack order as Zahu thought. Articuno landed on the ground, but did not fly. Instead, it spewed out a strong icy light from its mouth, which was so cold that it seemed to freeze the soul. Yandy, the sacred fire. Zahu shouted again. Raw Yandy let out a long roar, full of wild tyranny, and a more vigorous flame burned all over his body. Compared with the previous flame, it was not only more powerful, but also full of sacred meaning. He rushed towards Articuno bravely and fearlessly. Articuno attacked with Absolute Zero, but only broke a layer of fire on the outside of Yandy's body, and did not completely attack Yandy. Yandy hit Articuno strongly, knocking Articuno into the sky. Articuno let out a sad cry, but did not expect Yandy to be able to attack him. He could only endure the pain to keep his balance, and fly in the air. You can actually break the combination of the Mind's Eye and Absolute Zero? Kona looked at Zahu in surprise. Because this is my most commonly used move, I know its flaws best. Absolute Zero is powerful, but it is not absolutely impossible to defend against, such as the common defense. In addition, Ento's sacred fire comes from the Phoenix King. Although it is impossible to revive like the Phoenix King, it is easy to use it to block Absolute Zero. Zahu said with a smile. So the real game starts from now. Kona's eyes lit up slightly. Ento was hit by a water wave and a blizzard, while Articuno was hit by a magical power and a charged flame attack. Neither of them could be said to have the upper hand. Yes, the 5-minute game is not over yet. Entry, use the charged flame attack again. Zahu's eyes became brighter and brighter. When his opponent was Kona, his blood began to burn. The flames around Ento rose again, and he jumped up and flew towards Articuno in the sky. Articuno, just dodge and use the water wave. Kona said. Articuno spun gracefully, easily dodging Ento's fierce attack. Since joining the team, he has been receiving strict training from Kona every day, and has been beaten by Zahu's 3 sacred birds from time to time. His ability to dodge has already greatly improved. Then Articuno opened his mouth, and attacked fiercely with the water wave. At this moment, Entei was in midair, without a leverage point, and was about to be dodged. Entei, use your supernatural power on yourself. Fly up and pounce on Articuno. Zahu said. After hearing this, Entei immediately burst out with telekinesis, and supernatural power enveloped his whole body. He used his superpowers to float himself up, avoiding Articuno's attack, and then took the opportunity to jump towards Articuno. Articuno, use steel wings to stop it. Kona said. Entry, Flame Fang. Zahu shouted. In the sky, Articuno's right wing was gleaming, and it was about to attack Entry, letting it know that the sky was the place for its flying Pokémon. As a result, Entry's mouth was filled with flames, and his two special moves, Fiery Fangs, hit violently. Articuno and Entry both retreated. Articuno smashed into the roof, even breaking a few chandeliers, and Entry fell to the ground. However, the two Pokémon shook themselves up and prepared to fight, as if nothing had happened. Articuno, Freezing Ray. Kona said. Entry, Spray Flames. Zahu said. The cold icy light rushed down from Articuno's mouth, and the temperature in the sky dropped instantly. On the ground, Entry opened his mouth and sprayed a thick column of fire, and the temperature of the entire ground rose. The two huge forces clashed fiercely, and the powerful energy wave spread around without hesitation. The score counter next to it was directly destroyed, watching the judges secretly shocked. However, Zahu and Kona, who were already addicted to fighting, didn't care about this at all. What they were thinking about now was fighting. Fengdi, don't give up. Use Charged Flame Attack again. Don't be afraid of Articuno. Use Divine Bird Smash. A series of attack commands came out from Zahu and Kona's mouths. The two of them were completely immersed in the battle, and their minds were integrated with their Pokémon. Feeling the passion of their masters, the two Pokémon fought harder. The breath of Articuno became colder and snow began to fall in the sky. Articuno's snow-hiding characteristics were brought into play, and it was looming in the sky, and its traces were elusive. Entry was even more domineering, with flames on his body soaring into the sky, and blood surging all over his body. There were scorch marks on the places he stepped on. The two Pokémon fought without reservation and even beyond their limits. The two forces of ice and fire clashed fiercely, and the entire battlefield was shattered. I don't know, when the roof was blown away, the battle energy spread wider and wider. Mikali and Genji stood up and released the violent salamanders and Minas to protect the three permanent judges. If they stayed here, the three judges might die here. After arriving at a safe place, the local Miss Joy said, Master Mikali, what should we do next? Is this still the Mikali Cup, the gorgeous competition? This question? Mikali's expression was subtle. The score counter and timer were all broken. What kind of gorgeous competition is this? But now Mikali didn't dare to ask the two kings who were already in high spirits to stop. What if they were beaten to death? Dad, is this the real strength of the king? Heyo, I asked Genji with a shocked face. Yes, the top king, even the champion. Genji's eyes also revealed a fighting spirit. His strength was not inferior to the two people in the field, and he also wanted to fight. Heyo, I looked at the battle in the field, and there was also a surge of blood in his heart. Although he liked the gorgeous performance of the gorgeous competition, it did not mean that he did not crave power. There are few normal men who do not crave power, especially since he was born in the Genji family. Although he was a rebel in the family, that was only relative to the Genji family. If he was in a coordination trainer family, Heioi was a hardliner. Watching this battle, Heioi's idea of becoming an excellent coordination trainer suddenly faded a lot. At least before that, he had to become an excellent trainer at the level of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Otherwise he would not be qualified to be a coordination trainer. Heioi didn't want to be killed instantly today again. Chapter 232, Recruiting a Disciple. Fengdi, don't be afraid, hold on, we will be the winner in the end. Zahu shouted. In the battle, the entity let out a tired roar. The long battle had pushed his body to its limit. Although he had a lifespan of 300 years, he rarely reached such an extreme state of exhaustion in these 300 years. Because in the wild, there is basically no Pokémon stronger than the entry. However, the feeling of being pushed to the limit and falling down at any time due to exhaustion is something that the entry enjoys very much. Roar with roar, the flames on the entry's body burned. Although it was much lighter than at the beginning, the resolute look in his eyes was even stronger than at the beginning. The Articuno in the sky also showed a tired expression, and its wings were almost unable to flap, but it was unwilling to give up just like that. Articuno, the last blow, the freezing ray. Kona said. Entry, the energy accumulating flame attack. Zahu's voice sounded at the same time. Articuno and the entry burned the last of their strength at the same time, and collided with each other with a burst, triggering a large amount of water mist, and fell to the ground together. When the mist cleared, Articuno had already fallen to the ground, and although Entei was extremely weak, he still stood there firmly. The winner was still self-evident. Entei, thank you. Zahu ran over excitedly. Entei nodded in response, and then fell to the ground, also losing his ability to fight. Although he had defeated Articuno in the previous battle, his physical strength was also exhausted. It was just because his desire to win was stronger than Articuno, so he held on for a while longer. I didn't expect that I really lost to you. Kona took back Articuno and walked towards Zahu. It's not a loss. Entei is stronger than your Articuno, and there is also a bonus of attribute restraint, but now it only looks better on the scene. If it is a battle in the wild, it will only be a mutual destruction. Speaking of it, in terms of trainer level, you are still better than me. Zahu did not get carried away because he won a game against Kona, but was very self-aware. His Entei was the oldest Entei. In terms of real strength, he was no worse than his Moltres. In fact, because of his age and the sacred fire, he was even better. It was just because he was too reckless that he was beaten by Moltres. Kona's Articuno was still not as strong as his Entei. Now both were injured. It was because of his poor command. If you really want to say that, I have trained Articuno for a longer time and the bond is deeper. Kona smiled. Winners win, losers lose. Besides, losing to Zahu is not a big deal. Okay, both of you, stop being polite. You should take a look at the venue, because of your fight. Mikala's voice sounded at the right time. Zahu and Kona were stunned, and then they had the mind to look around. The roof above had been smashed, and the scoreboards around were all smashed. The originally flat ground was even more broken, as if there had been an earthquake. Even the first 2 rows of seats in the audience were empty. Zahu and Kona couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but soon, the audience around them burst into thunderous applause. Although this match was completely different from what they imagined, the fighting scene was indeed exciting enough. It was even the most shocking duel they had ever seen in their lives. And it was free to watch, so they really made a profit. You two are giving me too much face. I invited you to participate in the gorgeous competition, but you turned it into a king's competition. Mikali looked at Zahu and the other 2 with a fake smile. I'll pay for it. Zahu smiled awkwardly. Don't give me that. You came to participate in the gorgeous competition. If the venue was destroyed by you, it's destroyed. But if you pay for it, I won't have to promote the gorgeous competition in the future. Mikali said unhappily. The contestants destroyed the venue and asked the contestants to pay for it. If this matter gets out, will those masters dare to come to participate in the gorgeous competition in the future? Don't they have to worry about whether they have to pay for it? If no masters come and a bunch of noobs fight each other, how can the gorgeous competition be upgraded to a competition system of the same level as a traditional alliance competition? I'm sorry, Zahu said with a wry smile. He didn't expect that the fight would be so fierce, but later on, he was so excited that he didn't care where he was. Let's fight to our heart's content first. Uncle Liu, are you sure you can still beat him? Zimmer said to Uncle Liu from the audience. Blind command, form without spirit, limits the performance of Emperor Yan, and he is not strong enough. Uncle Liu said stubbornly. Zimmer smiled with disbelief. You are just stubborn. You are going to lose. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Uncle Liu said. If you want to go, go ahead. I still want to see Kona and her boyfriend. It's boring to leave now. Zimmer said. As a childless aunt, she is most interested in children's love. Uncle Liu left with a cold face. It was not known whether he was going to continue his training or prepare for the battle with Zahu. Drive Zahu, can you help me? At this time, Genji came over again and said. Zahu raised his eyebrows and looked at Genji with a hint of hostility. Are you done yet? I have helped you educate your son, and you still want my help? Do I owe you one? Drive Zahu, our family has a baby dragon egg that is about to hatch, and we are in need of a trainer to cultivate it. Genji seemed to understand Zahu's thoughts, and showed an inexplicable smile. Mr. Genji, what's the matter? If I can help, I will definitely not refuse. Zahu's face changed immediately. If you have the gift of the quasi-god of Hana as a gift, you should have said it earlier, and we can discuss it properly. My son has always been a bad boy. He is lazy all day long, does no good deeds, and has no ambition to make progress. Today, he saw the wonderful battle between Dr. Zahu and Konateno, and wanted to worship Dr. Zahu as his teacher. I also know that the doctor has to travel, so let Haoi travel with the doctor for half a year until the Silver Conference starts, and then let him come back to me. Okay, Genji said. Taken a disciple. Zahu first glanced at Genji, then at Haoi, revealing a thoughtful expression. Taking in a disciple is not a simple matter. If you take in this disciple, you must train him well, otherwise it will be shameful, especially since this disciple is the son of the 4 heavenly kings. If you don't teach him well, it's not a small matter. Yes, Dr. Zahu, don't be modest. The battle just now has shown Dr. Zahu's strength. If Haoi doesn't make any progress after half a year, it means that this rascal has been too lazy in the past 6 months, and has not studied seriously at all. If he makes progress after half a year, it will all be Dr. Zahu's credit. Genji said. The meaning is clear. If you teach him well, I thank you, and accept your favor. If you teach him badly, it's not your fault. He is already bad enough, and he can't be any worse. I will still give you a baby dragon. Zahu didn't agree immediately, frowning slightly. This is a good thing to say, just like giving a baby dragon for free, but he has to be a nanny for half a year, but how can it be so good? Genji probably wants to let Haoi take the path of a traditional trainer. And if he really teaches him badly, can we ensure that he will be rational? If he is not rational, what can we do to him? I will do my best to train him, but as the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door, but practice depends on the individual. The future path of the apprentice, whether he is a trainer or a coordinating trainer, is not something I can control. I can only guarantee that I will take him to feel the charm of the gym competition, and his strength will increase. Zahu thought for a while and said, okay. Genji also thought for a while and nodded. As long as his strength becomes stronger, we can talk about the future. Okay, half a year is half a year. Zahu smiled. In this case, in half a year, I will come here from home to the Silver Conference, give the baby dragon to Dr. Zahu, and then take Haoi away. Genji said. Zahu and Genji looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Haoi didn't think much about it. He didn't take the initiative to ask to become a disciple, but he really thought so in his heart. It would be best if he could become a disciple. Only when he becomes stronger can he choose what career he wants to be. Chapter 233 Battle with Liubo. Tomoki, this is Ansima. The first Macaulay Cup in Johto ended in such a way that it was unclear whether it was amazing or embarrassing. After Macaulay gave Tomoki another ribbon medal, he and Genji got on the boat back to Hone. The audience around them gradually dispersed, and Kona introduced the elders to Tomoki. Hello, Ansima. Tomoki said politely, knowing that Ansima was only the referee of Kaji Gym on the surface, and in fact she and Liubo were a couple. Okay, I think you are also very good, much more beautiful than Liubo. Liubo just left, after seeing half of it, probably because he thought he was not as good looking as you. Ansima looked at Tomoki with a satisfied expression, which was a bit like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. I think Ansima is young. If you don't know her, you might think she's Sister Kona. Zahu smiled happily, his mouth was like honey, he kept saying nice things, making Ansima so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. He took the responsibility and said, okay, we won't go to any hotel, we'll go back to Kaji Gym. I'll cook today. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it. There's also the gym badge. You don't have to compete, just take it. Zahu laughed along, but didn't take it seriously. In terms of gym competitions, Liubo had absolute authority, and Ansima had no say as a referee, and he was confident that he could get the badge with his own strength. In the end, it was Kona who went to chat with Ansima, and Zahu was free to get to know the new disciple Haoi. Tell me about your situation. What Pokémon do you have now? What kind of targeted training do you want to do? Zahu said. I only have 2 Pokémon now, a Violent Salamander and a Thorn Dragon King, but the Thorn Dragon King likes to be in the sea, so I didn't bring it out. Haoi explained. There are only 2. I remember that among the main pets of the King Genji, there are also desert dragonfly and Tanabata bluebird. Don't you have any? Zehu asked curiously. Compared with Watari, the Dragon King Genji is the real dragon. Not yet. My dad said Tanabata bluebird is too beautiful. If he gives it to me, I will definitely train and coordinate the competition. Then the desert dragonfly is trained by my eldest brother. It's not my turn yet, so I chose the ink seahorse. Heyo, I explained. It's good this way. You only have a violent salamander now, which is convenient for me to train you specifically. How about this? I will give you a special task. Now run around in this mountain and find every place clearly. It's best to find a cold place. Then I will give you special training. The violent salamander is 4 times restrained by ice, so it needs to be targeted. Zehu said. Okay. Heyo, I nodded, then got up and ran to find out if there is any frozen place nearby. Another energetic and lively boy. Boss, you have a younger brother to play with again. Kajiro said. Being an apprentice is still a little different and requires more thought. Zehu said. That's right, I thought you, boss, were teasing him and asked him to find the ice cave. Zyajiro was surprised. Am I so free? Zehu said with a smile. Zyajir's expression was subtle and he didn't answer immediately. He thought, if you are not so free, who is? What are you thinking about? Zehu's face sank. This guy seemed to need education. Zyajiro was startled and ran to the front and shouted, Aunt Sima, I will help you carry things. Zehu rolled his eyes and let you go for the time being. Looking around, Zehu was a little worried about Haoi again. The reason why he asked Haoi to find the ice cave was nothing more than that he didn't know the exact location of Liubo's frozen long-haired pig, and he didn't want to look for it all over the mountains. So he had to let Haoi find it, but he didn't know if he could find it. At this time, Zehu couldn't help but miss Zyozzy again. If only Zyozzy was around, he could find a cliff and throw Zyozzy down, and he would definitely hit the target. Unfortunately, Zyozzy was gone, so they couldn't play like this. The group came to Kaji Gym and pushed open the door. As soon as they met, they saw an old man with a serious face standing opposite the battlefield. He looked directly at Zehu and said, Are you here to challenge the gym competition? Release your Pokémon. Liubo, what are you doing? Kona brought her boyfriend to your house. Who are you showing off to? Sima looked at Liubo dissatisfiedly. Isn't he here to challenge the gym? Does he get the badge for free just because he knows Kona? Liubo's face was stern, without a trace of smile, and he looked at Zehu and said, Come, let me see how strong you are, and whether you are worthy of the frozen badge. No problem, since Liubo wants to fight, I'm willing to accompany you. But what level of battle is this? In ordinary gym matches, the highest limit is usually a quasi-king battle, or a king level, and a full-scale battle. Zehu said, this determines his lineup for the game. Liubo pondered for a moment and said, gym match. After determining the competition specifications, Zehu looked around the venue. Except for a pool in the center, the rest of the venue was ice, which was the most suitable for Liubo's ice Pokémon to fight, but not suitable for ground Pokémon to fight. In that case, Zyarluo, come out. Zehu threw out little Lugia and said. Little Lugia flew into the sky freely, ready to fight. After continuous training, he has gradually adapted to fighting. Lugia. Seeing Lugia, Liubo's tense face finally relaxed, revealing a trace of shock. This guy could actually subdue Lugia. Zyarluo, one of my partners. Zehu said. Humans and Pokémon will never become partners. Friendship will only become a hindrance in battle. When Liubo heard the word partner, his face couldn't help but become serious. Pokémon fight for their trainers, but if the trainers don't give the same friendship, why should they ask Pokémon to fight like this? Absolutely rational ideas will certainly become stronger in a short period of time, but it is also easy to touch the limit and can't rise anymore. Zehu said. Are you teaching me a lesson? Liubo's eyes were slightly sharp, revealing a dangerous light. I don't mean that, I'm just stating my own point of view. Zehu said. To say such a thing only shows that you are naive and childish and have too little experience. Liubo said. When the long-haired pig left you, didn't you look for it? Didn't you think that it might have left you and was captured by poachers, so it didn't come back? You didn't think about anything, just thinking that it abandoned you. Do you really trust it? Or is it just a way of escaping because you hate fighting at that time? Zahu stared at Liubo without blinking. Because you regret losing to your opponent and regret your fighting style, so you put all the blame on the long-haired pig's escape. You don't understand what happened at that time. How can you understand my feelings? Liubo said with a cold face. Don't understand? Maybe, but your idea must be right. Zahu said. He didn't want to argue with an elder like Liubo, but when it comes to things like ideas, once they are spoken, it's hard not to argue. It's completely impossible for Zahu, a king-level trainer, to give up his own fighting philosophy and cater to other people's ideas. Leave everything to the battle, White Sea Lion. Liubo didn't say any more nonsense, but threw a treasure ball directly. Although he was shocked that Zahu had a mythical beast like Lugia, Liubo was not frustrated, because judging from its size, Zahu's Lugia was clearly not yet an adult, and it was probably not even as strong as a king. Xiaolu, use meditation. Zahu said. Little Lugia flew in the air, closed his eyes, and a strange glow appeared on his body. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes became much sharper. Meditation is a trick that can improve one's own attack power. White Sea Lion, Aurora Beam. Liubo issued an attack command. The small horns on the top of the White Sea Lion's head immediately emitted a strange colorful light, covering an area and directly covering the little Lugia. Mysterious Guardian. Zahu's voice sounded at the same time. Little Lugia spread its wings, and the green light shone all over its body. Although it could not completely offset the attack of the Aurora Beam, it offset most of it, and the remaining weak attacks could not cause any damage to it. Divine Power. Zahu said. Little Lugia released a strong gaze from his eyes, and a powerful mental wave surged out, forming a powerful vacuum wave, which hit the White Sea Lion. Jump into the water. Liubo's command was issued almost at the same time as Zahu's command. The White Sea Lion jumped flexibly and jumped into the central pool, avoiding Zahu's attack. Zahu's eyes condensed slightly. As expected of Liubo, he could even avoid the attack of the psychic system. But jumping into the water? Did he forget that, although Lugia has no water system, it is the god of the sea? Xiaoluo, control the water flow. Zahu said. Little Lugia flapped his wings, and the strange superpowers in his eyes spread out. The water flow in the central pool immediately rioted, forming a huge water tornado, and the White Sea Lion was rolled into the sky. What? Liubo's face was shocked. He didn't expect that little Lugia had such power. Divine Bird, end. Zahu said. A layer of light blue Divine Bird Phantom appeared on the surface of little Lugia, accurately hitting the White Sea Lion and the water flow. The White Sea Lion was hit hard and flew away, showing an extremely painful expression on his face. White Sea Lion, Irontail. Although he was in trouble, Liubo's face still showed no panic, and he was still seizing the opportunity. The White Sea Lion was hit by Lugia in midair. Although it was in pain, its tail was shining, and it still turned over and hit the little Lugia hard, pulling away from the little Lugia. Awesome. Zahu secretly praised that he could continue to attack when being attacked. White Sea Lion, Freezing Ray. Liubo said. The ice light in the mouth of the White Sea Lion condensed and burst towards Lugia. Dodge, Supernatural Power. Zahu said. The little Lugia turned its body in the air and dodged the attack of the White Sea Lion. Then, the awe-inspiring telekinesis surged out and hit the White Sea Lion who was attacking and could not dodge. The White Sea Lion screamed in pain and finally fell to the ground without fighting. Liubo took back the White Sea Lion coldly, without any extra fluctuations on his face. This White Sea Lion was not his strongest main force, but an elite level. It was normal for it to fail. Then, he threw out a dragon. Zahu looked around. Although this dragon was not yet Liubo's main force, it was already at the level of a quasi-king, and was almost the strongest opponent that he would encounter in a general gym match. Xiaoluo, keep fighting. Zahu said. Xiaolugia nodded. These days, Haxorus has been instilling in it the idea that fighting can make it stronger, which makes it want to fight. Ice killing flying. After fighting a game, it is too unprofessional to still fight like this. Liubo said. Zahu shrugged. He felt that he and Liubo seemed to have a grudge. In short, they would always argue when they met. He didn't want to speak to avoid a quarrel. Ding, at this time, Zahu's watch suddenly rang. Zahu's expression was strange. He clicked on the video call and saw Haoi appeared on the screen, and behind him was a frozen long-haired pig. "Master, I found the ice cave, and I found a long-haired pig inside," Haoi said excitedly. Zahu was secretly surprised and thought, "I found it so quickly, could this guy also be a hidden protagonist?" Liubo, who was originally dissatisfied with Zahu's interruption of the battle, was immediately shocked when he saw the frozen long-haired pig in the video. Seeing this scene, Zahu smiled. Chapter 234, Departure to Water City. The sun is warm, especially in the afternoon. When it shines on your body, you can't help but feel warm. Although most of the Kaji Gym is artificial ice fields for ice Pokémon to live, there are still manners that are suitable for human life. Like now, Zahu is lying on a chair in the sun, and he looks very comfortable. After Haoi found the long-haired pig, Liubo rushed over without saying a word, and then found out that the long-haired pig accidentally fell off the cliff while looking for herbs to treat its burns, and was finally frozen. He immediately burst into tears in front of the frozen long-haired pig. Fortunately, this long-haired pig has amazing vitality. After being frozen for decades, it is still alive. Zahu asked Zapdos to give it an electric treatment, and the long-haired pig revived and hugged Liubo excitedly. It's simple to say, but the scene at that time, I have to say, was still very touching. At least Kona cried. After returning, Liubo didn't even bother to play in the gym match, and directly gave the gym badge to Zahu, and then accompanied the long-haired pig day and night. Kona hadn't been to Kaji Gym for a long time. He spent these days chatting with Ontsuma. Then Zahu, Zyajiro, and Myomio wore sunglasses and lined up on the lounge chairs to bask in the sun. This little life is so comfortable. Myomio lazily picked up a glass of orange juice next to him. Compared with the usual busy travel, this life of basking in the sun all day and eating a big meal made by Sima for free after basking in the sun made him even more addicted. Zyajiro nodded in agreement. He didn't have to move anything lazily. He really lived the life of his dreams. What a great feeling. "Master, the weight-bearing exercise of the violent salamander has been completed." At this time, Haoi suddenly ran to report. Zahu raised his sunglasses and looked at Haoi. He accepted him as his apprentice, so he couldn't really ignore him. He thought for a while and said, "Then let's do this first. Take a rest. I'll arrange exercises for you later. You can't work too often for a violent salamander, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble." "Oh." Haoi nodded obediently. "Come, there is a recliner here. Brother Zyajiro prepared it for you." Zyajiro patted the empty recliner with his left hand. "Thank you, Brother Zyajiro." Haoi nodded, lay down on it in a flash, and then changed his clothes in a second, put on sunglasses, and became a member of the Sunset Elderly Sunbathing Group. Zyajir's mouth curled up, and he was extremely satisfied when he heard the voice of Brother Zyajiro. He was finally not the lowest in the team. The boss accepted this apprentice very well. "Haoi, this is the orange juice prepared for you by Myomio." Myomio also handed out a glass of orange juice, and Haoi happily took it and expressed his gratitude. Myomio was very pleased to hear it. Haoi was lying on the recliner, drinking orange juice, and his heart was also happy. It was really pleasant. "Master, treat it well. The master's wife is beautiful and powerful. Although she is a king, she has no airs at all. She is gentle and caring, and usually answers any questions. Big brother Kajero is also very gentle. He seems to be a little indecisive and easy to bully, but he is very trustworthy, especially because he is also a very coordinated Pokémon trainer. Meowth is the most amazing. He is obviously a Pokémon, but he can speak human language, and he doesn't eat Pokémon food, but human food, and he can also invent. Finally, the master is a legend. He was a doctor at the age of 12, won the first championship at the age of 15, and had a superstar girlfriend. Then there were 5 mythical beasts, Lugia, the 3 sacred birds, and the entry. If there is one more, when the league challenge comes, all 6 mythical beasts can fight. It's simply cheating. and the one who cheated was his own master. Hayoi was happy again. He drank another sip of orange juice, and his whole body was sore. This feeling is twice as good. Thinking back to when he was in Hone, his father tortured and trained him desperately. Every time he trained on a ship in the sea, how could he feel relaxed after training? It's not like here. Although he has only been with Zehu for 6 or 7 days, Hayoi has been completely convinced. In a few months, maybe, when Genji comes, Hirono won't want to leave. After all, these days are really free. For these rich kids who live a comfortable life and have no worries about food and drink, the most important thing is not money, because there are too many of them, and they don't lack money at all. Instead, they care about freedom, just like Kajiro. Are you guys living too freely? Kona, who had just finished chatting with Sima, came over and looked at Zehu and the others unhappily. Are they really here to travel and improve themselves? It's a combination of work and rest. The way of training is to relax and work alternately. Sister Kona, let's lie down together, Zehu said. Still lying down. Do you still want to collect gym badges? Kona said unhappily. I'm considering that Sister Kona hasn't been back for a long time. Let Sister Kona stay at home for a while, Zehu said. Then don't go to the next Odama jet ski competition. Kajiro and Hirono, go and have fun. When you're done, come pick us up. Kona threw a poster to Kajiro and said, jet ski. Kajiro's eyes sparkled, and he looked at Hiroya carefully. He was interested in jet ski. Kajiro had Squirtle, and Hiroya had Adonis. They could both participate. Although they were not around now, it would be easy to teleport if they wanted. Jet ski. Zehu also stood up. He was not interested in a competition, but he was very interested in the Mizutsu siblings. In particular, the Mizutsu siblings were the only combination of the legendary beasts that could mega evolve, except for Rayquaza, Mewtwo, and Diancie. Not relaxing anymore? Kona said. The way of training is to relax and work hard. After enough rest, it's time to work hard, Zehu said seriously. Kona rolled her eyes at her lazy man and said, just now, I talked to Jiken in Yanmo City. Her mini dragon is in the critical period of molting recently. I guess she doesn't have the heart to play gym matches with you. Let's go to Shudu to have fun for a few days. After the mini dragon's molting period is over, go to Yanmo Gym. That's fine. Hayoi, go to the Pokémon Center later to exchange your Thorny Dragon. When you arrive in Shudu, Thorny Dragon will have more room to play, Zehu said. Yeah. Hayoi nodded quickly. Okay, so, I'll say goodbye to Ansama and Liubo first. Zehu got up from the rocking chair, then patted Zayajiro and others and said, okay, everyone, get up. The vacation in Kaju Town is temporarily over. Who will sign up for the Shudu vacation group next? Boss, let's go. Zayajiro meowed in unison. Zehu smiled and walked over to say goodbye to Liubo and Sima. Liubo seemed to have anticipated the farewell of Zehu and the others. He didn't even raise his head, but concentrated on wiping the long-haired pig. He said lightly, I'm finally leaving. If I don't leave, you will eat my family out of money. Go. Zehu's mouth twitched slightly. After finding the long-haired pig, Liubo realized his mistake and became a completely different person from before. He was nice to everyone except him. He was still the same as before, indifferent and cold to him. Goodbye, Senior Liubo. Hayoi said politely. Wait. Hearing Hayoi's voice, Liubo finally turned around and said, you helped me save the long-haired pig. Come with me. I have a gift for you. Gift? Thank you, Senior. Hayoi said happily. Zehu looked at Hayoi with a sidelong look, thinking that he was the biggest contributor to saving the long-haired pig. Why did Hayoi get the biggest advantage? In addition, in the animation, Zaozi also saved the long-haired pig, but he didn't get any reward, but Hayoi did. Could it be that Hayoi has more aura than Zaozi? Liubo ignored Zehu's thoughts and walked to Ansama's small yard next to him. A Pokémon that looked like a giraffe was eating grass there. A Lala coconut tree? Zehu asked in surprise. Liubo's family also had such a thing. A Lala coconut tree. Master, a coconut tree looks like this? Hayoi looked at the unusually long neck of the Alala coconut tree and said in shock. There are coconut trees in Hone. Master, please don't lie to me. This is a regional form unique to Alola. Not only has its appearance changed, but its attributes have also changed from Grass plus Psychic to Grass plus Dragon. Zahu said. Master, is this a dragon type? I looked up and down at the Alola coconut tree, but he didn't see anything that looked like a dragon. There is no way. Nowadays, there are quite a few dragon types that don't look like dragons, and there are also quite a few that look like dragons, but are not dragon types. Zahu said. For example, Fossil Pterosaur, Dragonite, Possum, and Gyarados are more like dragons than others, but they are not dragon types. On the other hand, do dragon types like Tanabata Bluebird and Desert Dragonfly have any dragon-like parts? Don't talk nonsense. Last time, Kona said that there were many new ice types in the Alola region, so I went there for a trip and captured a few. This one was injured during the trip, so Zima rescued it and brought it back all the way. But I'm not interested in dragon types or grass types, so I didn't capture them. You are a dragon type trainer, so it's just right. I'll give it to you. Liubo said. Thank you, senior. I said happily. Although it's a little ugly, it's also a dragon type Pokémon. We won't dislike dragon types. It's good to follow the master. Not only is it easy, but there are also Pokémon to get, unlike my father who always deducts me. He walked over happily and greeted the coconut tree. The coconut tree was not disgusted and had a friendly conversation with Haoi. Thank you, teacher. Zahu also thanked him. As for the teacher, he called him according to Kona's way. No need to call so attentively. Let's go. Liubo looked disgusted, as if he was chasing a fly. Zahu didn't want to be boring, and he and Haoi were about to leave. However, just as they walked out of the gym, the long-haired pig suddenly ran over and seemed to thank Zahu. It's nothing. In fact, it's mainly because you are strong that you can hold on until now. Zahu smiled and touched the long-haired pig's head. The long-haired pig nudged Zahu, and suddenly a piece of ice popped out of its mouth. Zahu took it easily, because it was spit out by the long-haired pig. He was a little disgusted at first, but then he found that this piece of ice was not ordinary ice, but non-melting ice that could enhance the power of ice-type special moves. Is this a gift from you? Zahu said. The hairy pig nodded his head to show that it was right. Zahu patted the hairy pig's head to show his gratitude. After the hairy pig gave the things, it left again not long after. It seems that coming here is still beneficial. Zahu said. Yes, it's a good benefit. Let's go. Kona smiled and looked back at the direction of the Pokémon breeding room. Teacher, are you so hard-mouthed and soft-hearted? If you don't melt the ice, it seems that you will only have one piece. In the breeding room, Liubo watched Zahu and others leave, then turned around and continued to work. Chapter 235 Pokémon Magician. Boarding the ship at the port of Kaju Town, Zahu and his friends boarded the luxury cruise ship bound for the Water City. Of course, for Zahu, Kajiro and his friends, the impact was not that great. It was just that the sunbathing place was changed from Kaji Gym to the deck of the cruise ship. The takeout service was a little better. Speaking of which, this good service was also contributed by Hiroya. Hiroya won the championship in the Pokémon competition just held inside the cruise ship, and the organizer naturally improved the treatment a little. Great hero, enjoy it. Zahu said to Hiroya. Hiroya said with a bit of shyness on his face, it's just a small competition, and it was easy to win. Zahu smiled. It was indeed just a small competition. Although several players were already elite level trainers, that was all. Don't think Hiroya is weak, just because he was easily suppressed by Zahu. In fact, Hiroya was born in one of the best families in Hone, with the best resources, and was educated and trained by a superstar father since childhood. Now there are two superstars, Zahu and Kona, who are always educating him. Among the elite trainers, Hiroya is definitely one of the best. Especially with the quasi-god of the violent salamander, Genji had almost no rivals along the way. That's also Hiroya's strength. If he continues to develop like this, he will be stronger than me. Kajiro said. Don't use you as a standard. He has always been stronger than you, and he is stronger than you by a lot. Zahu said unhappily. Boss, my strength is okay. Especially now that Growlithe has been trained very well, and Venusaur is not weak either. Growlithe will use Sunny Day to enhance the power of fire type moves, and then even if it loses, Venusaur's chlorophyll characteristics will double its speed. Kajiro said. The idea is okay, but even if it speeds up, at present, the strength of your Venusaur is limited, and your improvisational command can only be said to be above average. At this point, you can't even use Sunshine Flame. Zahu said. But the Leaf Blade is powerful enough. Kajiro argued. Can you be as strong as Sunshine and Flame? You said that you want Caterpie to let it go on a sunny day first, so that Sunshine and Flame can save the time of charging, but you, old man, haven't taught it yet. Zahu said. How about, boss, you take some time to help me practice, and I will deduct 3 months salary from myself. Kajiro flattered. Do I need your salary? Zahu said unhappily. Boss, I'm your most loyal little brother. I can go to the living room and the kitchen, make the bed and warm the quilt, and I'm proficient in various skills. If the sister-in-law is not here one day, I can come in women's clothes. Before Kajiro finished speaking, Zahu kicked him and knocked him over. If you dare to say another word to me, you will lose all your salary for this year. Zahu gritted his teeth and said, you still want to come in women's clothes? What do you want to do in women's clothes? If you have the ability, you can change your sex and have surgery. Boss, I don't care. If you don't care about me, I will jump from here. Kajiro said. Bang. Zahu turned over, without saying a word, raised his foot, kicked Zainajiro down, and set off a large splash of water. Want to jump down? Jump. In my life, I have heard such shameless requests many times, and I have never refused. Boss, help me, I can't swim. Zainajiro jumped into the sea, shouting for help. Zahu grabbed a life buoy nearby, and threw it down, saying, before reaching the water city, soak in the sea. When you get to the water city, I will come to train your Venus Flittrup. After that, Zahu went back to bask in the sun with a lazy look on his face. Master, is Zainajiro okay? Will it be okay? Hayoi asked, who didn't understand the situation. Don't worry, your Zainajiro is not good at other things, but his physical fitness is at the monster level. With just this little fluctuation, you want to hurt him? Impossible. Zahu said indifferently. Zainajiro, is he so powerful? Hayoi said in disbelief, this is the sea. He's Kajiro, nothing is impossible. Zahu said calmly. Isn't it just floating on the sea? If this were an anime, Kajiro would do it every day. What's the big deal? Yes, don't worry about it. Let's talk about how to travel after we arrive in Water City. Meow Meow also said excitedly. Hayoi still found it difficult to adapt, but after seeing that even Monini was not worried, he was completely relieved. He just thought to himself that it would take him a little more time to completely adapt to the life of the teachers. By the way, boss, everyone says that Water City is good, but how fun is Water City? Meow Meow asked curiously. Water City is also a famous tourist attraction in Johto. The feature is that there are more rivers than streets, and more boats than cars. But if we really talk about legends, we still have to talk about the major events many years ago, the guardian gods of Water City, Latius and Latius. Zahu said. Latius and Latius? In the legend, are there psychic and dragon type beasts? Hayoi's ears perked up, with a concerned expression on his face. Yes, that is a legend that has been circulating in Odama for a long time. Like all stories, this legend happened a long time ago, when Odama was not yet a water city. Then one day a couple in the city suddenly picked up a pair of orphans and took them home. Afterwards, Odama was suddenly attacked by a mysterious dark force, and the entire Odama was about to be destroyed. At this time, the orphans suddenly transformed into Latius and Latius, and called their companions to repel the dark force, and became the protectors of the water city until now. Zahu said. It's so simple, such a ridiculous legend, boss, it can't be made up by tourist attractions to trick people into traveling. Meow. Meow Meow said. Is it ridiculous? I think it's very mysterious. Heyo, I wondered. You are a typical person who is going to be fooled. The boss teaches you how to train Pokémon, Kajiro teaches you how to feed Pokémon, and I will be your life mentor, teaching you how not to be deceived by these fools. Meow Meow looked at Hayoi seriously and said, oh. Hayoi nodded. Don't listen to his nonsense. Zahu couldn't bear it anymore. When he first met Haoi, he just thought he was a rebellious teenager and was worried that he was difficult to manage because of his rebellious personality. But after getting to know him, he found that Haoi was actually a relatively pure type, which made people wonder why he was considered rebellious. Fortunately, there was Kajiro as a standard to refer to, so Zahu could understand that, although Kajiro was obedient in front of him, and was a little bit cheap at most, in the eyes of his parents and fiancé, he was probably also rebellious. Therefore, Zahu gradually regarded Haoi as his apprentice, and couldn't bear him being fooled by Maomio. What? Boss, am I lying? Maomio was enjoying the pleasure of training his little brother, but he didn't expect to be ruined by Zahu so soon. Because there are really Latius and Latius in the water, and they may still be there now. Zahu said. Really? Haoi's eyes sparkled. Don't look at me with such a gleam in your eyes. If there is one, you can't subdue it. It's the guardian of the water city. It won't be willing to go with you. Zahu said. Oh. Haoi said with a little disappointment. Wait a minute, are you talking about the water city? Are there really Latius and Latius in the water city? At this time, a female voice sounded. Zahu turned around and saw a girl wearing a wizard hat and a dark crow on her shoulder, who looked like a wizard, looking at him expectantly. Excuse me, who are you? Zahu asked. Is this outfit cosplay? Is there a dance party on the cruise ship? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The girl showed an embarrassed expression and playfully stuck out her tongue and said, my name is Ziobo, and I'm a Pokémon magician. Pokémon magician? Zahu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Does this profession still exist? Chapter 236 The magic of everyone becoming a divine beast. Yes, I'm a Pokémon magician, and a level 5 magician. Ziobo said with some pride. Magician? What is this? Can it transform a living person? Maomio asked curiously. The one who transforms a living person is a magician. Magician is a name for people who studied Pokémon in the past. Specifically, they use things related to Pokémon, such as the tears of the long-tailed monster hand and the feathers of the pied bird, to conduct research and finally apply it to life. There were many people studying in the past, but now there are very few. Everyone is doing scientific research. Zahu said unhappily. So that's how it is. Maomio said suddenly. In fact, we Pokémon magicians are scientists who study Pokémon. I don't know why a group of them don't like to continue to study Pokémon magic. Ziobo said dissatisfiedly. Because scientific research is more common now, everyone can accept it, even if you change your career halfway. But studying Pokémon magic requires learning special ancient characters, and it is difficult to become a disciple. You Pokémon magicians basically pass it down from generation to generation, and don't pass it on to others. Zahu said. Pokémon magician is a very mysterious profession, and Zahu dare not say that he knows everything. It's just that the technology in this world is more magical. Technology can do almost everything that Pokémon magic can do, but there are some things that technology can do that Pokémon magic can't do, so the mainstream of research now is basically technology. That's right. Ziobo looked a little disappointed, as if he was sad about the decline of Pokémon magicians, but he quickly cheered up and said, excuse me, are you talking about Latius just now? Yes, it's Latius and Latius. What's wrong? Zahu said. It's like this. I'm studying a great magic to develop human potential. According to ancient legends, humans can also have powerful strength, just like the mythical beasts, borrowed from nature, which is why many humans enslaved Pokémon in the past. But later, this power disappeared, and only some humans still have superpowers. So we are going to study using Latius tears as materials, and then combining them with Entei's mane, Raikou's claws, Articuno's feathers, and Queen of the Night's paralysis powder, to configure the most perfect potion. If successful, we may be able to make humans have powerful strength. In this way, our magicians will become stronger again. So please help me. Ziobo asked sincerely. How many have you found now? Zahu said. Thunder God's claws, Queen of the Night's paralysis powder, and Cat Boss's tail hair have all been collected. Entei's mane and Articuno's feathers are also a little bit, but Latius and Latius have not been found yet, so please help me. Ziobo asked. Pokémon magic? Well, I actually have Enter's mane and Articuno's feathers, and I can give them to you, but can you show us your magic? I want to know what kind of magic it is. Zahu thought for a while and said, although he didn't know much about Pokémon magic, and he was still a representative of the technology stream, which was the natural enemy of Pokémon magic, but he had always been very interested in Pokémon magic. Although technology can almost do what Pokémon magic does now, many things that modern technology can hardly do are easily done by ancient magic. Enter and Articuno's hair, too. Zyrobo showed a shocked expression. Yes, my master is the trainer of Entei and Articuno. Heyo, I said proudly. The trainer of Entei and Articuno? Is he so powerful? Zyrobo looked at Zahu with a shocked face. The title of the trainer of the mythical beasts is there, and he will attract attention wherever he goes. Just luckier. Zahu said modestly. Then, let's study together. Zyrobo made a direct invitation. Zahu nodded, and was full of curiosity about Pokémon magic. Zyrobo did not hide anything. He took out a thick book from his back and said, here, this is the magic book that has been passed down in our family. It records a lot of things. As he spoke, Zyrobo turned the pages of the book directly. Mio, Heoi and even Kona couldn't help but look over. As a result, countless question marks appeared in everyone's mind. What kind of ghost is this? Why can't anyone understand it? It's said that Pokémon magicians are recorded in super ancient characters. None of you know super ancient characters. What are you reading? Zahu said with a smile. Can you understand super ancient characters? Zyrobo understood Zahu's implication and said with a look of curiosity, I understand a little bit. Zahu said, if you can't understand super ancient characters, many studies can't be carried out, so Zahu will naturally know a little. That's great, I don't need a translator. Zyrobo said happily, flipping through the book quickly, and stopped at a page, saying, it's right here, you see, developing human potential is comparable to Pokémon. Zahu took the book and scanned it at a glance. The doctorate he obtained was not only based on his experience in his previous life, but more on Zahu's continuous efforts over the years. The amount of books he has read is something many people dare not even think about. In return, Zahu's reading speed is also faster than ordinary people can imagine, and he quickly finished reading all the things on this page, but after reading it, he was secretly shocked. This magic research really has some tricks. Although some theories have not been confirmed, and Zyrobo's statement has some errors, according to this theory, it can indeed enhance human capabilities in the end. See, am I right? If we continue to do this method, can we make humans stronger and have the power of Pokémon? Zyrobo said excitedly. Not necessarily. Zahu shook his head. Not necessarily? What do you mean? Zyrobo's proud smile froze on his face, and he looked at Zahu with a hint of dissatisfaction. It says here the effect of the formula, giving humans extraordinary abilities. Can this so-called extraordinary ability be simply called superpower? And your materials, except for Entei, all other materials come from superpower Pokémon. The so-called stimulation of human abilities may just stimulate the human brain, gain superpowers, and become a superpower person. In this case, there are certain problems with the research value. Zahu pointed to a place in the book. It is different from the previous life. If the previous life said that you can have superpowers, it is estimated that among 10,000 people, only one with abnormal brain circuits would not want it, and the other 9,909 would want it. However, in this world, people do not have a strong desire for superpowers. And superpower people seem to have a kind of rejection of superpowers. The powerful one like Nancy has a mental illness because no one plays with her, and the weak ones, like the group of superpowered humans in Nancy's golden gym except Nancy, are more cowardly than each other, hiding in the corners of the shadows all day long, not daring to go out and see people, and may not be able to live without Nancy. Although Zahu finds this phenomenon very confusing, it is the fact. Can I only become a person with superpowers? Zyrobo showed a confused expression. He quickly snatched the book from Zahu's hand and kept flipping through it, but he found out helplessly that it seemed to be true. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Flamebird Kajiro. Don't be so listless. Isn't it just a simple change from having all kinds of powers to just having superpowers? Zahu said to Zaobo, who looked like an eggplant hit by frost, after discovering the truth. Research that turns into superpowers will not have popular significance, and superpowers act on the nerves and brain. If something unexpected happens, and you become a fool, then magic will have even less market. Zaobo said. That's true. Zahu nodded. If this is researched, the underground organization will probably like it very much. As long as a powerful superpower person can be researched, it doesn't matter if dozens, hundreds, or thousands of experimenters die, as long as something can be tested in the end. Just like the rocket SAR plan, no one knows how many Pokémon died during the research process. But as the Alliance is an official organization, most doctors are unwilling to do it, and they can't take it to the official front to do it. Then can you lend it to me to study it again? I think these are quite interesting. Although it is unrealistic for everyone to have superpowers for a long time, the other things are still pretty good. Zahu said. Give me the Entei and the Articuno feather, and I'll lend them to you for one night. Zaobo said. Although the big magic failed, there are other magics that need these two things, and these two things, if not from Zahu, are not easy to get from other places. No problem, but can you lend me some more things? I think the magic that allows humans to have the ability to fly for a short time is more interesting. I want to do an experiment. Zahu said. You are talking about the ultimate flying magic. Doesn't that magic require the feathers of molters? Zaobo asked curiously. Didn't I tell you that I also have molters? Zahu said. You also have molters? Don't tell me you also have Zapdos and Lugia. Zaobo's body was surprised and stared at Zahu. Yes, I have them all. Zahu nodded. What? All? You have Entei and Articuno, you also have Moltres, and you also have Lugia and Zapdos. Do you also have Ho-Oh, Suicune, Raikou, Celebi, and Mew? If so, give me some materials, and I'll give you this book. Zaobo said. I don't have any of Ho-Oh, Raikou, Celebi, or Mew, but my brother has Suicune. Zahu said. He wanted to have these Pokémon, but he really didn't have this one. He wasn't one of those people who had their own system to cheat. His time travel could be said to be an unqualified time travel, and he didn't even have the cheat code. Does Suicune have one? Do you have a contact number? Can you give me one? Zaobo said. No problem. My name is Zahu, and this is my business card. However, there is one thing I still want to remind you of. These mythical beasts have their own lives, and they are not your unlimited source of raw materials. Zahu said. I know. Wait, your name is Zahu? Are you the famous Dr. Zahu? Zaobo suddenly reacted and said. Not famous, but for now, in Kanto City, I'm the only one named Zahu who is also a doctor. Zahu said. Sure enough, you are Dr. Zahu, then you can try it. If you are Dr. Zahu, I think you will definitely succeed. Zaobo said. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary Pokémon researcher. I'm just a beginner in Pokémon magic. Zahu said. Although he was not self-deprecating, he was not arrogant. He was very self-aware. Pokémon magic was a new field for him. But my father said you can do it. In fact, when you became a doctor at the age of 12, my father wanted to recruit you to study Pokémon magic. It's just that your teacher is Professor Oak, and my father thinks he doesn't have the authority of Professor Oak, so he didn't dare to recruit you. Zaobo said. Then I have to thank your father for his appreciation. Zahu said, but in his heart he thought, fortunately you didn't come. Not to mention that I became a doctor just to make money from the Alliance. If I can't make money as your magician, I will definitely not go. Just say that when I'm a doctor in the Alliance, I can use the knowledge of my previous life, but as a magician, where can I get the plugin to use? Drive Zahu, I have all the materials for the flying experiment, except the flamingo feathers. Let's configure them now, and let me learn. Zaobo said. I'm a doctor, but not a doctor of magic, so don't flatter me. Zahu said with a smile. If you praise him so much, and the experiment fails later, won't it be embarrassing? He was conflicted, but Zahu acted quickly. Speaking of it, Pokémon magic looks very magical and high-end. But in fact, it is the same as chemical reactions. Before Zahu traveled through time, he was a chemistry major. Although he didn't find a job related to his major after graduation, and forgot most of it, his basics were still good, so it didn't take much effort to mix it. In the last shot, the lightning bird completed the potion mixing with a 100,000 volt shot. As expected of Dr. Zahu, the first configuration was successful. However, Dr. Zahu, now that the work is done, who are you going to let do the experiment? Zyrobo asked curiously. Hearing this, Meow Meow quietly hid behind Haoi. Haoi was still a little confused, but when he felt Meow Meow's panic, he moved behind Kona. Kona looked back and smiled secretly. Meow Meow and Kajiro are a magical combination. They have a bright future in leading people. Zahu looked at Meow Meow and the other two with a contemptuous smile. Didn't the two of them see that there was another person hanging under the boat? He still had to take care of his apprentices, lest they be led astray by Meow Meow. Okay, Kajiro, climb up by yourself and experience the feeling of flying. Zahu patted the boat. Huh? Flying? Boss, what do you want to do? I'm not going up. I'm fine down there. Although Kajiro didn't know what happened, his strong desire to survive told him that there was nothing wrong with being down there now. Are you sure? Zahu looked at Kajiro below. Kajiro's heart jumped. Thinking of his own Venus flycatcher, which couldn't even use the sunlight and flames, he climbed up with a bitter face, looking like he was going to die bravely. Drink it yourself. Zahu handed it over directly. Kajiro looked miserable, took a deep breath, and then drank it fearlessly. However, he found that the taste was better than he imagined. After drinking it, he smacked his lips and said, "Boss, it tastes good. Do you have more? More? More?" Zahu had a strange expression. "If you have more, I'm afraid you will really fly to the sky." Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Zahu saw that Kajiro suddenly turned red and emitted a red light. Then, all of a sudden, the whole person jumped into the sky and a cloud of smoke filled the air. What's going on? Will Kajiro be in trouble? Meow Meow called. Although they usually quarreled with each other every day, he and Kajiro were still close in terms of feelings. Don't worry, I have analyzed the ingredients. It won't kill people, but there will be strange changes. Of course, it will only be a short-term change, Zahu said. As Zahu finished speaking, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the white mist, and a strange-looking firebird flew out of the white mist, its wings vibrating and flashing flames. Firebird, Kajiro, Meow Meow, and Hiroi were all horrified. Moltres, who had just finished bleeding, was about to return to the Pokeball when he suddenly saw this strange scene. He looked very surprised. Where did the new Moltres come from? Boss, what's wrong with you? How can I fly? The Moltres in the sky spoke the voice of Kajiro. Look at your body, said Zahu. Huh? Why did my legs become claws? And how come I have wings? Kajiro made a horrified sound, but he couldn't control his balance and fell down. Fortunately, Zahu's Moltres thought it was fun and flew up immediately to catch Kajiro, who had turned into Moltres. Kajiro was surprised at first, but then he became happy again and shouted, "I'm Moltres now, I'm Moltres, Kajiro. I will continue to fly high." As he spoke, Kajiro, who had turned into Moltres, flapped his wings and flew into the sky. The bored Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, and Lugia all felt curious and flew up one after another to fly with Kajiro. Boss, what kind of amazing magic potion is this? Give me a bottle too. Can I become stronger? Meow Meow said excitedly. Master, can I drink it too? Then I can fly with the violent salamander? Heyo, I said. As long as the theory is correct, it can be copied unlimitedly. There is also a simple appearance change in the front. Just control the final Pokémon energy attack. However, the materials collected are more troublesome. Although they are not expensive, they are more pitfalls and difficult to collect. Zahu said. That's okay, Master, I really want to become a violent salamander, and even at an avatar bluebird. Heyo, I said happily. Okay, I just need to borrow some more information from Zyobo. Zahu said. No problem, if you can make each magic successfully, it will be a great help to me. Zyrobo agreed with a smile. Then we will study each other during this time on the boat. Zahu said, it will take a long time to get from here to the water city, just right to kill time. After all, this thing is really interesting. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly heard a horrifying cry and saw the molten bird in the sky turn back into Kachiro and fell straight down. It seems that my eating ability needs to be improved, Zahu said. Then boss, why don't I try it? Meow Meow said. No, the experiment is still necessary. Meow Meow, work hard. I will decide to give you a raise, and hey, you should also work hard. If you perform well, I will find a blue badge to give you. Kona suddenly said. Huh? Boss lady, really? Can it be so good? Is this thing so useful? Meow Meow was surprised. You really deserve Zahu's call you a stupid cat. You can change into Pokémon freely. You may not be able to see it at ordinary times, but if you explore somewhere, it will be completely different, especially when you sneak into an underground organization. The other party will prevent a living person from leaving, but will they prevent a small ratata? And if it is by the water, will they prevent a Magikarp from leaving? Kona asked. Yes. Meow Meow finally reacted. With a look of amazement. Zahu also reacted. He just wanted to play with this just now, and never thought that there was such a use. Mr. Zyrobo, if possible, I would like to contact your father, to research and develop such a magic potion on behalf of the Alliance. Kona said to Zyrobo seriously. Is it okay? My father will definitely agree. In this way, we will have a steady supply of Pokémon materials to make magic potions. Zyrobo said happily. Chapter 238 Water City Competition. On the value of research on Pokémon magic. In Otama, beside a clear river, Zahu was tapping away on the keyboard while enjoying the afternoon scenery. Are you still writing a paper? You've been working since you came here, and you don't even go out to play. As he was tapping away on the keyboard, a fragrant breeze blew from behind him. Zahu felt a soft touch from behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the pretty face close at hand and smiled. You are the king, and I'm also a doctor. We always have to complete the annual task indicators of the Alliance. It happened that I had a discussion with Zyrobo about Pokémon magic. I handed in this paper, and it will also be convenient for you to provide evidence to the Alliance. That's good. Thank you husband for being busy for me. Kona smiled. For you to call me husband, no matter how tired I am, it's my duty. After finishing this paper, I will accompany you to visit Odama, collect some information about Latius, and then write a paper on the Guardian of the Water City. I haven't written a paper for a long time, and I almost forgot that I'm a doctor. Zahu naturally leaned back, with his head resting on Kona's shoulder. Then it's agreed that after I finish writing this paper, you will go shopping with me. Kona said. No problem, it's just shopping. Zahu smiled. Isn't it rare that you are so proactive? Unscientific? Kona was surprised. There are rivers everywhere in Odama, so I can sit on the boat and wait for you to finish shopping. Zahu said proudly. You are just lazy. Kona rolled her eyes at Zahu coquettishly. Zahu smiled proudly, leaned his head on Kona's shoulder, and smelled a faint fragrance of hair at the tip of his nose. A sense of comfort rose in his heart. If he didn't want to see the scenery of various regions and the mythical beasts, he really wanted to just have a house of his own, a lover who liked each other, and then leisurely enjoy the afternoon sun, drink coffee, and play with Pokémon when bored. He was really idle, and could also trick Kajero and Meowth. Oh, at this moment, a familiar cry sounded by the window. Zahu looked over curiously, and saw a group of Pokémon pulling their trainers through the river at high speed. Zyrozy was among them, and because of the high speed, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. Huh? Zyrozy is here too? Kona asked curiously. Where there is a competition, there is him. Zahu shrugged, but I didn't expect that the water competition was today. I came here to participate in this competition at first, but I didn't expect to miss it. I just told you yesterday, but you seemed to be too focused on writing your paper, and didn't take it seriously at all. Kona said. Really? You also know that when I was writing my paper, I didn't pay any attention to anything else. Zahu smiled. But the favorites of this competition are all people we know. Kona said. Zahu looked and found that it was true. Now the first batch of 5 people in the competition were moving forward together, and no one would let anyone go. But except for one person Zahu didn't know, the rest of the people were Haoi, Zyozzy, Zyuksha, and Kajiro. But these are not very interesting. After all, the most you can get if you win this game is a souvenir. After taking a look, he wanted to look away, but when he saw Squirtle pulling Pikachu, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "These favorites are meaningless. Pikachu's favorite is really meaningful." Kona looked to the side and saw Pikachu on the mini boat, pulling the rope tied to Squirtle like a fighter. It was not slower than Ash and the others, and even a little faster. He couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "Pikachu, so cute." Ash's Pikachu is a Pokémon that is close to humans. It never goes into the Pokéball. It just follows Ash because he likes Ash and regards him as a friend. Zahu smiled. If he remembered correctly, Ash once participated in a Pokémon racing competition, and Pikachu also participated with Squirtle. He didn't expect to come now. But speaking of it, the Pokémon of Zyozzy's first generation not only have maximum bond with Zyozzy, but also have a friendship with each other as old revolutionary comrades. Especially Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. They did not leave the team early like Butterfree, nor did they evolve too early like Charizard, or fly in the sky like Pidgeot, so the revolutionary friendship is even deeper. Zyozzy's crocodile hit the wall in confusion. "I'm afraid it will be cut off from the championship," Kona suddenly said. Huh. Zahu looked over and found that Zyozzy's crocodile swam too fast, so it didn't slow down when turning, and hit the wall directly. He couldn't help laughing. Zyozzy's crocodile is born with a restless personality, loves to play and make trouble, but it doesn't matter if he loses. Anyway, it's just a small competition. It's better to look at the vanguard. Now the first place is Haoi. Zahu looked at the front and said, "That's right, a good teacher will produce a good student." Kona said, "I'm really embarrassed to flatter him. Although I'm his master, I've been busy writing papers recently and have only done some basic tutoring and training. I haven't trained his Thorn Dragon King yet. I should thank his father Genji." Zahu said, "You still have self-awareness, but did I say it was you? You're so excited. You're just a nominal master. The real master is me. I trained Haoi's Thorn Dragon King." Kona chuckled and glanced at Zahu. "I said he swam so fast. It's all because of Kona's training. Only then can he turn decay into magic and leave all these people behind. No one has surpassed him," Zahu said. Seeing Zahu's tone change so quickly, Kona felt funny in his heart and looked at Haoi. This was also his apprentice. It would be better to take the first place in the competition. Victory is already within reach. Haoi, who was competing at the moment, was also concentrating on chasing victory. As a person trained by 3 kings, he didn't want to lose here. Just when victory was about to come, suddenly a large splash of water passed by, and a person rushed over quickly. Haoi was surprised. Who was it that suddenly started to exert force now and surpassed him? Looking far away, he suddenly found that the player who surpassed him was Zyozzy and his little crocodile. Haoi couldn't help but be confused. He and Zyozzy met during the competition today, so naturally they knew each other's identities. When he knew that Zyozzy had Suicune, he already admired him very much. It turned out that only an ordinary little crocodile could have such a fast speed. As expected of the master's younger brother, he should fight for the second place, although it was useless. However, just when Haoi decided to give up the competition for the championship, Zyozzy's little crocodile suddenly turned and deviated from the finish line. What's going on? Zyozzy's little crocodile took the wrong road. It was on the right track before. Why did it deviate at the finish line? Kona asked curiously. What about this? Zahu smiled and took out 2 special sunglasses from a drawer. He put one on his eyes and looked at Zyozzy. 2 shadows of UFOs immediately appeared in his sight. He immediately smiled and handed the other sunglasses to Kona. Kona took it curiously and put it on his face. He was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He was surprised and said, "What are those 2 illusory UFOs? Don't tell me they are the guardian gods of Altomare, Latius and Latius. Didn't you guess it? Don't deny yourself." Latias and Latias have the ability to be invisible, but they are different from Jinga. Their bodies have temperature, although it is lower than that of humans, but with this technological eye that can sense heat, you can easily see where they are. Zahu said. This is why Zyos's little crocodile's speed suddenly increased. It's not because of the little crocodile's efforts, but because Latias and others helped Zyos. Kona said. Bingo. If you get it right, how about I reward you with a kiss? Zahu said. Don't try to take advantage of me. Kona glared at Zahu charmingly and said, seriously, every year, countless people come here to look for the traces of Latias and Latias, but they all come with high hopes but return disappointed. But Zyos is lucky, he met them as soon as he arrived. Because he is Zyos, everything is possible. It is normal for him to meet the legendary beasts. If he doesn't meet them, that would be strange. Zahu said. So you want to take this opportunity to find Latias and others to get first-hand information? Kona said. Forget it. Latias and others are all repulsive to humans. There is no need to make them hate them. Talk to Zyos and the others. Let them go to the Aldemar Cathedral first. We will go there after dinner, and then we will meet up. Chapter 239. Zyos will chase girls. In the center of Aldemar, a sacred and majestic cathedral stands. No one knows how long this cathedral was built. It is just said that when Latias and Latias first appeared and saved Aldemar, people built this cathedral to commemorate and thank them. Anyone who travels to Aldemar will come here to visit. And this is naturally the first choice for Zahu's investigation. This is the fossil of a pterosaur. Kona said, looking at the well-preserved fossils on the ground. Yes, the one next to it should be a sickle helmet, but it's a little strange. Zahu frowned slightly as he looked at the fossils. Strange? Kona said, puzzled. Yes, these two Pokémon fossils are different from those Pokémon fossils found in Dasha Valley. I feel that there is still some vitality in them. Zahu said. They are all fossilized, and there is still vitality? Kona's expression became more puzzled. Yes, you also know that the ancient Jigglypuff gave me special abilities. In addition to allowing me to communicate freely with Pokémon, my sensitivity to many powers has been greatly improved. Now the sickle helmet and the fossil pterosaur have a wonderful connection with the machine in the center. Zahu said. That machine. Kona looked at the wonderful machine in the center that was made of metal, and her pretty face showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that it was created by the ancestors of Aldemar in the legend. It can use the power of Latias and Latias to protect Aldemar when encountering a major crisis. Yes, but that machine may have something we don't know. Zahu said. Even if that's the case, you can't check it. Otherwise, if you break this machine, we may not be able to get out of this door. Kona said. That's right. Investigate a little more information, go back and sort it out, and then write a paper. Zahu shook his head. If he wanted to understand this device in depth, he would have to dismantle it for a search, and he didn't dare to do it. Boss. When they walked to the center, Kachiro, Meowth and a group of people came over, but Zyos was the only one missing. Where is Zyos? Zahu asked curiously. We don't know either. He was talking to each other, but he ran away suddenly because of something. Zyosha also said with a strange look on her face. He ran away suddenly? Zahu showed a bit of curiosity, then smiled. Forget it. Don't worry about him. Nothing will happen anyway. It's just very strange. He ran away because he saw a girl. Zyajiro said. He ran away after a girl. Are you sure it was Zyosy, not Zyanagang? Zahu's calm face turned into shock. Following the girl out, my Zyosy has finally grown up. It's Zyosy. Zyanagang said with a little grievance. Although he did do similar things, it really wasn't him this time. Preconceived impressions are killing people. Yes, he saw a girl drawing and ran away. Zyanaksha said with a puffed face. A girl drawing? Zahu's mind flashed with a flash of inspiration, and suddenly the plot of the animation emerged. This is the original plot in the animation. Latias is a rare Pokémon that has the ability to transform into a human. Once transformed, except for the inability to speak, there is almost no difference between him and ordinary humans. Then she met Zyosy before that, and was saved by Zyosy, and then left without saying hello. The girl she transformed into was not non-existent, but a companion girl of Latius named Canon, so Zyossi chased after the real Canon when he saw it. Speaking of which, it is more interesting that the Latius in the Water City likes Zyossi very much. He likes Zyossi so much that he kissed Zyossi at the end of the film. That's right, Latius kissed Zyossi. Thinking of this, Zahu suddenly felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Although Zyossi was chasing Canon, he was essentially looking for Latius, although he didn't know it himself. This makes sense. It's incredible for Zyossi to chase a girl, but isn't it natural to chase a Pokémon? When did he not chase Pokémon every time he met them? Chasing Pokémon is just a routine operation for Zyossi. What are you thinking about? Kona looked at Zahu and said, no. Zahu shook his head and looked at Zyadagang. Is the girl that Zyossi is chasing after pretty? In 2 or 3 years, she will be very pretty. Zyadagang said seriously. Is that so? That's not bad either. Zahu nodded seriously. Huh? What do you mean? Are you planning to change your brother's sister? Kona said strangely. He had been trying to match Zyossi and Zyuksha before, but now he changed people. It's impossible for humans. Maybe it will last longer if they change to Pokémon. Zahu said. Pokémon? Kona said in surprise. Yeah, forget it. We can't be sure, even if we speculate for a long time. Let's wait for Zyossi to come back and ask him. Zahu smiled, and then he began to study the history of this temple and prepare his thesis. Seeing this, Zyadagang and his friends had to continue observing and traveling. It was not until the evening that Zahu and his friends saw Zyossi and Pikachu running back with excitement. Did you have fun with Latius and Latius? Zahu looked at Zyossi and said. Yeah, very happy. Hey, brother, how did you know? Zyossi answered without thinking at first, and then realized it belatedly after answering, and asked with a strange look on his face. No, I just guessed, and it seems that my guess is quite accurate. Zahu shrugged and smiled, thinking that it has been almost 3 hours since Zyossi left the temple and came back. This is the first time they met, and they stayed together for such a long time. If the Pokémon was replaced with a girl, it would really be possible. Anyway, Zyossi, this kid, really has no chance with girls. Zyuksha, Zyoyo, Zyadagang, Alice, Serena, Lily, Mao, Shulian, etc. are straightforward, outgoing, considerate, etc. and they have all kinds of personalities. In addition to Lily and the 3 Alola heroines, the other few Zyossi spent every day with didn't create any sparks. In this case, it's better to change your thinking. If Zyossi gave all his emotional intelligence to Pokémon, why not think about his future partner being a Pokémon? Anyway, after Latius becomes a human, there is no difference between him and ordinary people. That is, he can't speak, and there is a species gap. But if you are familiar with him, he will definitely understand him. For example, Zyossi can understand the general meaning of what Pikachu says now. If it doesn't work, just treat his wife as a mute. As for the species gap, true love can break through it. Anyway, it's enough to pass on the family line, and Zyossi is not needed. The more he learns, the more reasonable it seems. Zahu looks at Zyossi with a serious face. The relationship between humans and Pokémon is not particularly strong now, so in order to keep the friendship between humans and Pokémon alive, he thinks Zyossi needs to make some sacrifices. Brother, what are you thinking about? Zyossi looked at Zahu, and suddenly subconsciously shrank his body, and kept a distance from Zahu. For some reason, he always felt that his brother suddenly lost the warm light he had before, and was evil instead. No, I was just thinking about how much your strength has improved recently. Did you get Sukyun? Let me introduce you. This is my new apprentice Haoi. Zahu coughed and said he had some ideas, so he kept silent for now, and waited for a while. I already know him. Sukyun, I got it too, and I also used Sukyun to promise Mr. Eliubo in Kaji Town. In that gym battle, it was thanks to Sukyun that I was able to beat Eliubo. When mentioning Pokémon, Zyossi immediately became excited again, throwing away the feeling just now, taking off the Pokéball beside him, and a red light flashed, and an elegant Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. The blue gem-like headdress on the top of the head exudes a luster like flowing water, and the white streamers fluttering around the body like the wind reveal a light and dreamy feeling. There are also some white diamond shapes on the blue body. The messenger of the Phoenix King, the incarnation of the North Wind, and the holy beast with the best personality among the 3 sacred beasts. Zahu looked at Sukyun with a little envy. He had walked back and forth in the forest in front of his house for several days for Sukyun, but he didn't meet him. He didn't expect to meet him now under such circumstances. Thinking of this, Zahu released Entry. When Entry saw Sukyun, he just raised his head and then lay down on the side. Unlike the 3 sacred birds, the 3 sacred beasts were created by Ho-Oh together. They have a good relationship, but not a particularly good one. There is nothing special. They just met and laid down. Sukyun. Kona looked at Sukyun, his eyes shining subconsciously. Apart from the ice-type sacred beasts, his favorite is the water-type sacred beast. And Johto's Sukyun is the first choice, but it's a pity that he can only look at it now. Sukyun is gentle and doesn't show any special disgust. The 3 sacred beasts with the best temper are not in vain. Brother, do you want to have a match? Zyozzy looked at Sukyun and Entry, and his desire for challenge rose again. He looked at Zahu with a passionate face. I've been taking care of my health recently, so I don't have time. Besides, this place is not suitable for a full-scale battle. I don't want to lose money. Zahu said. Don't fight. Zyozzy looked puzzled. This was the first time Zahu refused his challenge request, but he soon found a reasonable explanation for himself. It must be that he has become stronger, and his brother has to be cautious, so this is the case. Yes, I have become stronger. Zyozzy thought proudly, and fell into excitement, forgetting about the challenge for a while. Zahu looked at Zyozzy, who was happy again, and knew that Zyozzy was probably overthinking. He shook his head secretly in his heart. Although there was an extra water lord, Zyozzy's strength was still much worse than his. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 sacred beasts were all at the level of the king, a full-scale battle would inevitably destroy the landform here. He really wanted to go on the field to teach Zyozzy a lesson now. He looked to the side and suddenly saw a black dot floating in front of his eyes, and his eyes condensed slightly. The black dot was a new high-tech product that could remotely monitor and transmit video. Now that this thing appeared, it meant that some people with unclear intentions had come to the water city. It seemed that there would be something to do at night. Chapter 240, The so-called First Thief. Time passed by, the sun gradually sank, the moon rose high in the sky, and the light silver light fell on the peaceful water city of Aldemar. The temple at night was more peaceful and solemn than during the day. But tonight, it was different. The 2 girls suddenly pushed open the door with force, followed by an Eriadus and a sun elf. What was even more shocking was that the Eriadus was carrying a Latius on its back. However, the condition of this Latius was obviously not very good. It was completely unconscious, as if it had lost its ability to fight. Eriadus walked to the side and roughly threw the Latius on its back to the ground. Then, several rings suddenly flew up and trapped Latius inside. Then, the protection mechanism in the center also changed, and a control mechanism appeared. One of the 2 girls saw this and showed a complacent smile. Unlocking the secret of the water city would start from this moment. Who are you? At this time, an old man and a girl ran out and looked at the 2 girls, who suddenly appeared with anger. It's so noisy, a girl said impatiently, and said to the sun elf next to her, strong mind. As soon as the voice fell, the sun elf next to her flashed a strong light in his eyes and directly controlled the newly appeared old man and girl, and then smashed them hard on the wall. Then Eriadus spit out silk to condense the old man and girl on the wall. A girl walked into the operation cabin, and her hand swiped in front of her. A virtual image appeared, and then an electric current emerged and spread to Latius. Latius woke up, but it was followed by waves of pain and discomfort. Latius, get out of here quickly. Uncle Ben Gray and the girl Cannon, who were tied to the wall, saw this scene and shouted hard. The 2 of them were the only 2 people on the island who knew Latius and Latius, and they were the descendants of those who had contacted Latius and them. Every year when Latius and Latius came here to play, they were the ones who came to receive them. But the 2 of them never thought that such a thing would happen. Don't struggle, you can't break free with your strength. The girl who had entered the machine control room looked at Latius and said, the two girls were not ordinary people. They were the top sister group in the thief world of Kanto and Johto, Sana and Lion. Because they found the legend of Water City in the library, they knew that there were Latius in Water City, as well as the legendary gem Heart Drop. So the two came to Water City without saying a word, and then used high technology to find the mysterious garden of Latius. Although Latius escaped, they finally succeeded in catching Latius. Originally, the matter could have ended here. But when finding the heart drop, Lion suddenly discovered the method of using the heart drop recorded in the mysterious garden. So, Lian, who was always bold and curious, started to commit suicide. She ignored the admonition that those with bad intentions who use the heart drop will lead to destruction, and the destruction of the entire city, and just regarded it as a lie to children, and came here to start their research. Latius struggled painfully in the cage, but found that he could not break through the cage outside with his own strength, and there was a faint despair in his heart. However, Latius' despair had not reached its peak yet. A powerful telekinesis suddenly broke out, and all the mechanisms that imprison Latius exploded. Then a strange gem flew out, and flew automatically into the air. A hand suddenly stretched out from the second floor, and took the gem. Who? Sana and Leon's faces changed, and they looked up at the second floor. After the two people asked, the originally dark second floor immediately changed light and shadow. The shadows of a man and a cat were looming, and then two voices sounded. Since you ask sincerely, then I will be merciful, and tell you Papa stop, speak human language. Before the previous words were completely finished, two consecutive knocking sounds were heard, followed by a slightly impatient voice, and then two people, a cat, and a bipedal Pokémon appeared in front of Sana and Lion. Who are you? Sana asked with a frown. Hearing Sana's question, the young man with short light blue hair above immediately said loudly to the person in the middle, "Boss, I said you shouldn't interrupt us. Let's finish the opening remarks. Like now, they don't know who we are. Is it important who you are? Do you need to let these two strangers know? Or do you need to know these two strangers? Opening remarks don't lower my status, and besides, I haven't blamed you, and meow meow for not waking me up. It was me who woke you up." The young man in the middle, Zahu, said unhappily. After roughly recalling the plot, Zahu came to the temple in advance and prepared to squat. However, because the efficiency of these two people is really a bit slow, Zahu just wrote some more papers by the way, and finally took a nap. Before he took a nap, Zyajiro and Myomio vowed that, if someone came in, they would wake him up. As a result, in the end, it was Zahu who woke up first, and woke them up. Fortunately, it was still in time, otherwise the water drop of the heart would be polluted, and the doomsday would come. Latius would probably die here like in the animation. We don't want to, but I'm just too tired to collect information recently. Zyajiro defended aggrievedly. Don't make promises that you can't do easily. Look, I almost killed Latius. I will deduct 3 months salary from you too, plus I asked me to help you train Venus Flower before. Zyajiro, your half-year salary is gone. Zahu said. Ah. Boss, don't be like this. Zyajiro's eyes were immediately filled with tears. Can you not be so heartless to deduct half a year's salary? Stop making trouble. Solve the problem first. Zahu waved his hand, signaling to stop playing, then looked down at the people below, and then looked at Mutuo next to him and said, Mutuo, help, let those two come down. Mutuo on the side nodded slightly, waved one hand, and the spider silk that bound Ben Gray and Cannon automatically evaporated. Hey, are you trying to steal the prey we have set our eyes on? Do you think we are vegetarians? Sana came out of the control cabin, and looked at Zahu with dissatisfaction. Yes, iridescent soul spirit, attack at me, Lion said. Hearing the trainer's voice, iridescent soul spirit attacked at the same time, but Mutuo's eyes turned blue, and he threw out with one hand. Before the two Pokémon could make a move, they were roughly smashed against the wall on the side, and they fainted directly, and lost all their combat capabilities. Of course, there are Pokémon that can fight against Mutuo, but these two are obviously not qualified. What kind of Pokémon is this? Why does it look so different? I have never seen it before. Sana said with a strange look on her face. Who cares what kind of Pokémon it is? Since we've met it, just catch it. Lion's eyes lit up, not caring about the powerful strength revealed by Mewtwo at all, and she was even more excited. Perhaps it was because she caught Latias that her confidence swelled. Sana didn't say much, and she took action directly. She threw out a strange object with one hand, and a large sticky object flew out, trying to control Mewtwo. Mewtwo's eyes sank slightly. These two people dared to catch it. It was really angry. Its eyes suddenly emitted a bright blue light, and the unknown sticky object thrown by Sana flew back, wrapping both Sana and Lion. Then a powerful telekinesis was emitted, smashing the two people against the wall on the side. The two people subconsciously let out a painful cry, and they felt that every bone in their body was aching. Obviously, Mewtwo didn't hold back. "What do you want?" Mewtwo's voice sounded in Zahu's heart. "You still come to ask me? It's rare," Zahu said in surprise. "You asked Hanako-san to lend me here, so you must have something you want me to do. Just dealing with these two weak humans like this doesn't need me at all. It must be something only I can do." Mewtwo said. "Hanako-san, when did you call my mother like that? Then what should I call you? Uncle Mewtwo, or Aunt Mewtwo? Also, do you have a gender?" Zahu said. He remembered that in the game settings, most of the mythical beasts were genderless. Of course, because this is a little different from reality. For example, Lugia has a mother and a son, so he didn't know what gender Mewtwo is. "It has nothing to do with you," Mewtwo said. "It's the only man-made one in the world, and God knows what gender it is. Okay, as for asking you to come here, it's indeed something only you can do. Predict the future, and see what would happen if we didn't suddenly appear," Zahu said. "The future?" Mewtwo frowned, his eyes glowed, and after a while, he said, "They deserve to die. So I'll let you come," Zahu said. "No problem." Mewtwo's expression turned slightly cold. "Wait a minute, we need to be civilized and harmonious. Don't kill people. This is a legal society, and the Alliance is very strict in this regard. So you should just become a fool," Zahu said. "Killing people is serious, but using superpowers to make people mentally ill can be said to be an accident. So I was specially asked to do it, and not let your Pokémon do it," Mewtwo said. "They are too young and too pure. You are different. You are mature and mentally sound, and there will be no accidents." Zahu said that, as long as there are superpowered Pokémon, it is actually quite easy to make a person crazy. But Golduck loves to play too much, and Lugia is immature. Zahu didn't want it to be too young to be affected by the shadow psychology, so he borrowed Mewtwo. Mewtwo nodded slightly, and the superpower surged, directly destroying the brain nerves of the two thieves below. The two thieves, Sana and Leon, felt a sharp pain in their brains, and then fainted completely. Chapter 241, A Tsunami of Destruction. "Okay, now it's time to heal Latias," Zahu said, preparing to take out the healing potion. Mewtwo's eyes lit up again, and he lifted up Latias on the ground first, transmitting gentle energy, and Latias' injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zahu was stunned. "You did everything for me, how can I improve my favorability next? Look at what I'm doing," Mewtwo said. "When will you heal? I remember that you don't seem to have a skill like Healing Wave," Zahu said. "My skills? How can you humans know all of them? As for this kind of healing, it's even simpler. Just divide some of the power of self-regeneration and give it to this Pokémon," Mewtwo said. "Okay, by the way, I haven't asked you in detail yet. Are you living well in my house?" Zahu asked. "It's okay. Although your teacher is annoying, it's okay. After investigating some information, he basically let me go. Gardevoir is pretty good. Although the sucker golem is a little stupid, it works quickly. And the Pokémon I created are living happily and have a baby. Now I'm playing with your little Vulpix," Mewtwo said. "It's the copied Squirtle. It looks cute. I heard that Squirtle likes to pester you." Zahu smiled. "And your little Vulpix, together, just likes to pester me," Mewtwo said. "They all like to pester you, which means you are charming, and that you live a happy life. We are all a family." Zahu smiled. Mewtwo didn't respond, which was equivalent to acquiescence. When Zahu was talking to Mewtwo, Latias on the ground suddenly flew into the sky, looked at Mewtwo with a happy expression, and stretched out his tongue to gently lick Mewtwo's cheek to express his gratitude. Mewtwo's expression froze slightly, as if he had not expected Latios to do this. After a while, he reacted and pointed at Zahu and said, "It was him who asked me to come to help you. Thank him." "Thank you." Latios immediately lowered his head and thanked Zahu in Pokémon language. Although he was also thanking, Zahu felt that it was not as sincere as thanking Mewtwo. He couldn't help but feel distressed in his heart. Why do I always feel that I'm a person abandoned by society? Every time I take the initiative to do good things, I'm always the one who is inexplicably ignored. The first time, Mewtwo ignored me and said to my mother. The second time, although I got entry, Zyos he took advantage of the opportunity to get Suicune. Now Latios also ignores me, and I'm even more grateful to Mewtwo. However, looking at the happy Latios in front of him, Zahu still reached out and touched Latios' head with a smile and said, "No need to thank me, it's my duty to do what is right. Anyway, I just couldn't stand it. In order to make up for the regrets in the past, I didn't plan to capture it. This is also good." Latios nodded happily and suddenly heard a familiar voice at the door. He turned around happily and found that his sister Latios came with Zyossi, so he flew towards Latios happily again. Zahu shook his head, ignoring the two guys, and looked down at the gem heart drop in his hand. In the game, this thing is a Pokémon battle tool like the Mystic Drop, but it is only for Latios and his sister. But in this movie, it is very strange. It seems to be the soul of Latios after his death. It can suppress tsunamis and protect the water city. Zahu has never seen it before in his research. Subconsciously, he took out a pair of special research glasses and put them on his face to watch carefully. In his sight, the heart drop exudes a gentle and majestic power, rich and pure, and unbelievably strong. But the weird thing is that it contains a trace of evil black power, which makes people dissatisfied. Zahu subconsciously frowned, feeling something was wrong. Before he could react, the entire temple suddenly became turbulent. He looked aside in shock and saw that the water in the river suddenly receded and the entire sea seemed to have disappeared. "I have already taken out the heart drop in advance. How could something go wrong?" Zahu's face changed in shock. Before he could make any moves, he saw Latios and Latios react first and fly outside. Mewtwo's terrifying telekinesis broke out and directly teleported everyone in the temple out. As soon as they left the temple, Zahu and others saw that Odama, which was famous for its water, had no water at this time. "Where is the sea?" Zyos he asked blankly. "It's gone." Zyarksha was also shocked. They slept well at night, but suddenly saw Latios flying in. They knew something was wrong, so they ran over, but who knew that it would turn out like this in the end? It's not gone, but the end of the world has come. According to legend, if the water drop of the heart is polluted, the whole city will be submerged by the sea. Seeing this scene, Bengray, the protector of the Latios brothers and sisters, had a look of despair on his face. Just as Bengray finished speaking, a deafening sound came. Zahu and others turned around in surprise and saw that on this side, a huge wave hundreds of meters high suddenly rose and flooded towards Odama. "Take back all the water and cause a tsunami. Who is asking for death?" Kona looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. "Two damn idiots." Zahu's face was solemn, and then two lights, one blue and one red, flashed by his side. The water was in crisis, and Latios and Latios, as the guardian gods, stepped forward without hesitation. "Mewtwo, control those to Latios first," Zahu suddenly said. Mewtwo was slightly stunned, not knowing why Zahu wanted it to do it. Wouldn't it be just right to let Latios and Latios break the tsunami? However, Zahu gave the order, and Mewtwo hesitated, but still did it. The powerful telekinesis surged, firmly controlling Latios and Latios. Latios and Latios struggled hard, and Latios could not move, but Latios emitted a strange blue light, and there was a tendency to break through. Mewtwo was surprised. Although Latios and Latios were divine beasts, these two were just ordinary elites, not even Sea Kings. How could they compete with it? Mewtwo made Latios faint. Zahu continued. Mewtwo nodded slightly, and his telekinesis went up a level, pulling Latios back. Latios struggled hard, and relying on the powerful superpowers of the divine beasts, he resisted Mewtwo's hypnosis, but all his abilities were still restricted. Life is the most precious, whether it is human or Pokémon. Although self-sacrifice is great, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself casually. Humans are not that weak. I will handle this tsunami. Zahu smiled at Latius. In the original plot, Latius sacrificed himself and became a new drop of heart to calm the water down again, but Zahu was naturally unwilling to let Latius die like this. Sister Kona, Mewtwo, come together. Zahu threw out Lugia, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, Golduck, and Haxorus all at once. Don't be stunned, control that tsunami in front, Zahu said. Mewtwo was the first to react, his eyes emitting a faint blue light, and he was suspended in the air like a god. His terrifying superpowers enveloped the entire sky, and then he rushed into the tide without hesitation. Compared with the 1,000-meter high waves, Mewtwo's body was so small that it was almost invisible, but when he entered the tsunami, it exploded with the power of a volcanic eruption, blasting the entire tsunami, and the tsunami wave was directly shortened by more than half. Seeing this scene, Bengray, who had already been desperate, burst into a trace of surprise and hope on his face. This time, it seemed that he could survive. Latius also showed a bit of hope in his eyes. It seemed that he really didn't need to sacrifice himself. He looked at Mewtwo with envy and admiration in his eyes. Then a loud bird call sounded, and Moltres and Zapdos flew away quickly, revealing dazzling blue light on their bodies, transforming into the phantoms of divine birds, and also bravely and fearlessly rushed into the tsunami, breaking up large areas of waves, and actually forcibly splitting into two paths. Mewtwo and the two birds made the tsunami that was enough to destroy Altamare less powerful than half. Even if they didn't do anything next, the current tsunami wouldn't be enough to completely destroy Altamare. Freeze Ray. Zahu's voice rang out. Articuno's body was gleaming with ice crystals, and a layer of ice on its body surface was shaken off. It instantly completed its super evolution, and a bucket-like ice light burst out of its mouth, freezing half of the waves in one breath. Then, the Pokémon behind Articuno, such as the Dragonite, the White Sea Lion, the Kona Articuno, and the Metal Shell, also burst out with cold ice light, each with terrifying power, freezing the remaining sea water one by one. The cold air was overwhelming, and the freezing field spread all the way, and finally froze dozens of miles in one breath. Finally, Lugia flew high into the sky, his wings vibrating, and his majestic and strange superpowers emanated from his not-so-huge body, connecting the sky and the earth, and controlling the huge waves in front of him. After the concerted efforts of Mewtwo, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno and other Pokémon, the original tsunami had weakened to 1/10 of its original power. At this moment, under the guidance of Lugia, it was easily controlled by Lugia, and began to calm down. This is the power of Lugia, the guardian of the sea. Although young, the ability to control the sea is innate. Chapter 242 Training Latius. Is it solved? Bengray asked in shock, looking at the seawater in front of him, which was still completely frozen into an ice sculpture with a height of dozens of meters, even after being reduced by Mewtwo. Not yet. Next, we have to slowly release the water. If these ice blocks thaw, it will be equivalent to a flood, which requires special management. Zahu was not particularly optimistic, but was thinking about the next solution. Thinking of this, Zahu looked at Uncle Bengray and Cannon, and a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. They were all the guardians of the inheritance of the mythical beasts. Although the lineage of the bell tower has declined, its foundation is still there. At least it is a first-class wealthy family in Yuansu City, but this descendant of the guardian of Latius and Latius is so weak. He didn't even have the ability to resist, and was captured by two thieves in an instant. With this power, he still protects Latius and Latius? Are you kidding me? Don't think too much. Although you are a Pokémon Special Search Officer, you are not good at handling these things. Let me do it. Give me the command of your Pokémon. Kona patted Zahu on the shoulder and smiled. As one of the four kings of the alliance, she has handled countless matters of all sizes, and is very experienced in solving similar things. Then I'll leave it all to you. As for the command of Pokémon, they are all more obedient than one another when you command them normally. After hearing what Kona said, Zahu realized that he had walked into a dead end. Professional events should be handled by professionals, so he handed over the control without thinking. Okay, start planning. Xiaozi, lend me your Suicune. Kona said. Oh Zyos, he nodded stupidly and released Suicune, but his eyes never left the huge ice sculpture frozen in front of him. Is this kind of power really something that Pokémon can do? Is this the true strength of brother and sister Kona? Thinking of what he thought when his challenge was rejected, Zyos, he felt ashamed for the first time. He was really not strong enough. Even with Suicune, he was still far behind his brother. The problem is solved. You don't have to sacrifice yourself and become a heart drop. Zahu walked towards Latios and said, "Thank you." Latios said with sincere gratitude, "Don't be too polite. You did it for humans. Then I'm a member of the human race, so of course I should protect you. However, you still need to strengthen your training in the future so that you can protect yourself, your sister, and this water city." Zahu smiled. Although they are mythical beasts, Latios and Latios are really weak. I don't know if it is because they have an additional ability to transform into humans compared to other Pokémon, so they become so weak. They are obviously second level gods, but their actual combat power is not even as strong as Aqua Seeking. Latios showed an awkward expression on his face. Because the water city was so peaceful, it had not experienced too many battles. Occasionally, it fought with some Pokémon. As long as it was invisible, the opponent could not see it at all, and it won. It never thought that the humans outside would be so strong. I will stay here for a while to write a few papers. I need to ask some questions about the past of the water city and the past of you two brothers and sisters. Then, during this time, I will train your strength by the way," Zahu said. "Really?" Latios showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Seeing the powerful performance of the three mythical birds, it knew that Zahu was a powerful trainer. "Really, when the time comes, Mewtwo will help you to get to gravity space so that you and your sister can train well in it and try to make you reach the Quasi King before I leave the water city." Zahu touched Latios' head and said. Latios nodded repeatedly. Although it didn't know much about the concept of Quasi King or King, it could clearly hear that Zahu wanted it to become stronger. "Okay, I'll go back to the office to catch up on some sleep. You should also go back to rest. Tomorrow night, come to see me with your sister," Zahu said. Latios showed a thoughtful expression on his face, then suddenly flew up, got under Zahu, and flew quickly with Zahu. Zahu was surprised at first, and then he was slightly stimulated and said, "What a fast speed, Latios. Your full speed flying speed is faster than a jet plane. When you fight with others in the future, remember to use your high speed so that others can't attack you." Latios nodded his head to show that he understood and then flew with Zahu at a faster speed, intending to show his strongest side. Flying high in the sky, light blue energy spewed out of his mouth, shattering the clouds in front of him. Dragon breath. Zahu nodded. The power is not bad. As if feeling Zahu's approval, Latios took another step, worked hard, and used all his tricks. A stream of light flashed on his body, as if his body had been cleansed, refreshed. Zahu called out the name of the special move, which can cure abnormal conditions on the body. Then a lens-like protective shield appeared around Latios. "Hold on." Zahu signed up again. Needless to say, he himself has used it countless times. Then Latios called out, meaning that the performance was over. "Huh? That's all?" Zahu's expression froze. "Only 3 special moves." Latios nodded, indicating that it only knew these. Zahu's expression was slightly stiff. Even if the special move that can share vision with Latios is included, there are only 4 special moves. This is not the case that all Pokémon in the game only have 4 special moves. Even if it is a game, what kind of combination of moves is this? 3 auxiliary moves, and pure defensive auxiliary moves, and only 1 dragon breath attack. Zahu finally understood why an alien and the other person easily captured the brother and sister. The fighting power of this brother and sister is really worrying. Thinking of what he said before leaving, to help them improve to the level of Quasi King, Zahu suddenly felt a little worried. Divine beasts are divine beasts, representing nature, and possessing special powers bestowed by heaven and earth, but this does not mean that they are awesome. Latios looked up, showing a trace of curiosity, as if he did not understand Zahu's idea. "Nothing, it's good to know these, great." Zahu applauded, giving Latios confidence. He couldn't say to his face that your special moves are really not good. Lacius was even happier when he heard Zahu's praise. He flew faster with Zahu and even became invisible. If others saw him, they would think Zahu was flying in the clouds. Feeling Lacius' happiness, Zahu shook his head helplessly. Every time he took care of these Pokémon, it was like being a father. Next, if you want to equip Lacius with moves, upgrade Dragon Breath to Dragon Wave, and then let Mewtwo teach it a Psychic Attack move. In addition, with so many auxiliary skills, it should be quick to learn Healing Wave. In this way, the speed is fast, the attack is decent, and the two brothers and sisters can heal each other. They should be able to live well, and ordinary people cannot hurt them. Thinking of this, Zahu patted Lacius and let it go. Lacius took Zahu to its secret garden. Okay, now that I have a general understanding of your situation, I will give you a special training battle. Let's fight with my partner. Zahu threw out Ento's Pokeball. This is also the only Pokeball around him. The others are now in disaster relief. As for Entry, it is a fire attribute and cannot fly freely like Moltres, so it is not very useful. Entry, this time you are the instructor, and the Lacius opposite is your student. Remember to control your strength, about half of the usual, and then spray the flame now. Zahu touched Ento's head and said. Ento nodded and sprayed a blazing flame at Lacius. Lacius immediately flew high to avoid it, but before he could fight back, he was hit by Ento's second flame. Lacius, don't be afraid. You are a dragon type, twice as resistant to fire. This flame can't hurt you. If you want to stop being attacked by such flames, speed up your flight speed and make more changes. Your flight trajectory is too simple, and the transition is not smooth, which is easy to be predicted. You can do it. Try hard. Zahu said at the right time. Lacius was encouraged by Zahu and immediately cheered up. He didn't want to repeat the experience of being caught by Sana and the duo in the temple. He flew at high speed in the air again and fought against the flames of Yandy. Yandy, you don't need to change. Just use the jet flames simply like this, Zahu said. Yandy opened his mouth and spewed flames. He was very happy about the easy suppression of Lacius. Lacius fought hard. Although he was suppressed by Yandy, he was determined to win. He fought again and again, dragging his injured body and fighting Yandy for more than an hour. He didn't stop fighting until he was tired and lay on the ground, unable to move. Zahu walked over and poured the potion he had prepared early in the morning on Lacius to smooth out the wounds. Lacius cried out in gratitude. Zahu smiled and looked around. This mysterious garden was the secret base of Lacius and Lacius, but there were more than just the two Pokémon. There were also some other small and cute Pokémon. In addition, there was a fixed place where the heart drops were stored. If it was used for a search, it would also be a good research topic. He had already decided in his heart where he would write his thesis these days. Chapter 243 The Abducted Guardian. Lacius, speed up and use Dragon Wave. Hakron, bend your body and use Mysterious Guardian. Odomer, Mysterious Garden. Lacius and Hakron fought fiercely in the air, and two blue lights crisscrossed in the air, shining brightly, causing the clouds to turbulent. Zahu looked at the two fighting figures in the air with a serious face, and one command after another flew out of his mouth, most of which were directed to Lacius, and a few were directed to Hakron. The two Pokémon fought fiercely in the air, and the overall situation remained a draw. Seeing this, Zahu nodded with satisfaction. It has been a month since the last tsunami destroyed the water city. During this time, Zahu was writing papers, taking notes, and studying Pokémon magic while training Lacius. Now, Lacius can compete with Hakron, which also means that it has entered the Quasi-King level. Although Hakron, this lazy guy, probably hid his strength and did not fight seriously, Lacius did not become invisible. In general, Lacius, this guy, can be regarded as entering the Quasi-King level. Okay, the training is almost done. Lacius, Haxorus, come down. Zahu shouted to the two Pokémon above. Haxorus immediately left the battle and flew towards Zahu, but although it flew earlier, it was not as fast as Lacius. When it was about to get close to Zahu, Lacius surpassed it first and flew to Zahu's side, licking Zahu's cheek with its tongue to express gratitude. The training over the past month has made it and Zahu's relationship deeper and deeper. Okay, good boy. Zahu smiled and touched Lacius. Haxorus flew down with a look of disappointment. He also reached out and touched Haxorus's head and said, "You guy, you are just lazy. You don't even take such training seriously." Being able to leave the battle first shows that Latios is more than a little stronger than Haxorus. Haxorus looked indifferent and flew up again playfully. Zahu glared at Haxorus unhappily. This idiot is really too lazy to have bones. Every day, he trains Lugia seriously and makes Lugia fight seriously, but in fact, it is to make Zahu focus on Lugia instead of training it. Okay, it's almost time for me to go, Latios. I'll see you next time I come to Water City, Zahu said. When he heard Zahu say he was leaving, Latios's expression was unbelievable at first, and then he was reluctant to leave. There is always a farewell, bye, and Zyos, he is leaving too. You still have to comfort your sister. Zahu smiled, took out the Pokeball to take back the Haxorus, and then turned to Kajero and Meowth and said, "Get ready to go. Next we have to go to the Smoky Ink Gym to get the Rising Dragon badge. I'm leaving now. I still want to play for a while, Meowth." Meowth said with a little reluctance. It has been really happy this month. It is even more enjoyable to play with Pikachu, Latios and Latios, especially to fly on Latios and Latios. Riding a legendary beast, this is a treatment that ordinary Pokémon can't ask for in their lifetime. We have to go, all good things must come to an end. And there are more friends waiting for us in the future. Zahu smiled and looked at Zyos, who was having fun with Latios. "Let's go, Yan Mojam is waiting for you." "Oh, Latios, I'm leaving." Zahu said goodbye to Latios. Latios's reluctance was more obvious than his brother's, and he almost looked like he was about to cry. Zahu and his group walked out of the secret garden together and headed towards the pier. Latios and Latios looked at the card and unexpectedly followed Zahu and his group together. "What's wrong? Are you going to see us off?" Zahu asked in surprise. Latios and Latios nodded at the same time and followed Zahu and his group to the pier. "It's almost time. We have to go, Latios. Bye." Zyos, he said goodbye to Latios. Latios was reluctant to leave, but he remembered that he was the guardian of the Water City and couldn't leave. He just looked reluctant, thought about it, and turned into a human form of Cannon, and then kissed Zyos on the face. Zyos' expression was stunned. Zyarksha was even more stunned, and Zyargang was already in a state of admiration. Zahu's expression was also very subtle. Originally in the animation, Latios did this, but that was when Latios had already turned into a drop of heart, but now Latios is still alive. Thinking of this, Zahu glanced at Latios and found that Latios had no reaction at all, as if it was not his sister. But he soon realized that he was thinking too much. The spiritual world of Pokémon is much cleaner than the inner world of himself, a human. They don't have these concepts at all. If they like it, they kiss it. Then Latios, goodbye. If you want to find me in the future, you can notify Mr. Ben Gray and Miss Cannon to find me, Zahu said. But Latios shook his head and poked the Pokeball on Zahu's waist with his short forelimbs. You want to go with the boss? Meow Meow said in surprise. Latios nodded excitedly. You don't want to protect Water City anymore? Meow Meow said in surprise. Latios called a few more times, and Meow Meow said in a daze, "You said that there is nothing to do in Water City now, so you don't need to be here. And you are not strong enough to protect Water City. If you can't do it, there will be other Latios and Latios to replace you, so you have to go." "Boss, it's good news. Latios is going to go with you. You don't have to tell me, I understand." Zahu smiled, took out a Pokeball from his waist, looked at Latios and said, "We will fight together in the future and become my partner." Latios nodded, his head touched the center of the Pokeball and was sucked into the Pokeball all at once. "Congratulations, you have captured another Divine Beast, and you have collected 6 in total. You can use the 6 Divine Beasts to challenge the Alliance." Kona said. "Yeah, now I have all 6 of them. Now I can be a wicked Beast Boy." Zahu looked very proud. "Beast Boy." Kona looked at Zahu with a smile. He was really self-aware. "Latios, come with me too." At this moment, a joyful call came from the side, and Zahu's eyes immediately moved over. "Didn't you see it wrong?" Zyozzy picked up another leak. "Zyozzy, has your protagonist halo been upgraded?" Why are you picking up leaks more and more recently? Don't you even refuse to subdue a beast when you meet one? I picked up a 3rd level god Sukyun before, and now I picked up a 2nd level god Latius. If this continues, are you going to cheat and pick up a 1st level god? Huh. I collect a 3rd level god. Zyos collects a 3rd level god. I collect a 2nd level god. Zyos collects a 2nd level god. So when Zyos collects a 1st level god, will you also have one? In that case, you can have one. While Zahu was thinking about it, Latius nodded happily and took the initiative to enter the Pokémon Ball like her brother. The relationship between it and Zyos is really ridiculous. It can already compete with the jealous King Yui, but it is more gentle. It didn't leave in the animation just because its brother died and it had to protect the water city. But now that its brother is gone, it has set an example, so of course the younger sister will follow suit. Zyos, don't get too excited too early. Latius's strength is not very high. Since you have become its trainer, you must also shoulder the responsibility of training it. During the silver tournament, if your Latius is still the same as now, I will break your legs. Zahu looked at Zyos who was laughing foolishly and said, I know, I will definitely become stronger, just like my brother. After hearing Zahu's words, Zyos immediately said passionately, that's it for now, but your team in the future. Zahu suddenly wanted to laugh. If Latius follows Zyos in the future, he will probably use human form every day. Who knows what fun he will make at that time. However, this is not bad. At least Latius and Latius are free. To be honest, Latius and Latius don't owe anything to Water City. Even if their ancestors owed a favor to the people of Water City, they have already paid it back by saving Water City. There is no need to stay here all the time. After all, the guardian god of Water City is not like Lugia, the guardian god of the sea, who is a natural priesthood and possesses natural power. This guardian god of Water City has only obligations, not power. Zahu even thinks there is something wrong with the guardian machine. Now that they are free, the life of Latius and his sister will at least be happier than before. Looking up at the sunset, Zahu has this confidence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Yanmo Dojo. Taking a boat, Zahu and his group left Aldemar and headed for Yanmo City. After drifting on the river for several days, Zahu and his group stepped on land again and passed a lake. Master, this is Yanmo Lake. After passing here, the Yanmo Gym is in front. Then you can challenge the Yanmo Gym. Heyo, I said excitedly, holding the navigator. Isn't it just a Yanmo Gym? Why are you so excited? If you don't know, you would think you are home. Zahu said with a smile. But Yanmo Gym is a dragon type gym in Kanto, and the current gym trainer, Miss Zyos, is the younger sister of Johto champion Du, who can compete with my father in using dragon type Pokémon. She must be very strong in using dragon type Pokémon. Heyo, I said. That's true. The number of dragon type Pokémon in the two regions of Kanto and Johto combined is not as many as in your own region. And if you want to talk about how to use dragon type Pokémon skillfully, you can't do without this family. Just like what Du said, although this guy is more of a flying type king than a dragon type king, Du said he is an authority in the use of dragon type Pokémon, and no one in the world would question it. You should take this opportunity to ask for advice and challenge together. It would be great to get a Rising Dragon badge, Zahu said with a smile. Although Heoi is not interested in the league competition, who knows when Heoi will want to play? It's always better to be prepared. As for the time issue, it is not a problem either. The Silver Conference is held regularly. Although Heoi can't catch up with this one, badges will not expire. As long as you haven't participated in a previous one, the badge you got 10 years ago is also valid. So Heoi can participate in the next Silver Conference with this badge. I will. Heoi's eyes lit up. Although he was mainly a coordinating trainer, his family background made him very interested in dragon-type Pokémon, and he didn't want to lose to others in this regard. Okay, let's go forward. By the way, Zyosy, call back your Charizard and Snorlax. Zahu suddenly said to Zyozzy. Huh? Why is that? Zyozzy was puzzled. Zyozzy's Linoop should be King Drake, Gyarados, and Haxorus. With your current team, only Pikachu and Suicune can fight. Latios's combat power is weak. If you don't call back some Pokémon, you will have some trouble in this level. And I don't want you to rely too much on Suicune. After all, Suicune's strength is not trained by you. Even your command level will limit the performance of Suicune's strength to a certain extent. Zahu said. Oh. Zyozzy nodded honestly. Wait a minute, I will compete with Zyozzy first, and you and Haoi will watch and learn carefully. Zahu said. Ah. Brother, did you trick me into giving you the first challenge spot? Zyozzy suddenly reacted. Fooled you? Zahu rubbed Zyozzy's head unhappily. When did you find out? When I tricked you? When didn't you trick me into selling you out and counting the money for me? Besides, do I need to trick you to take the first challenge? I just need to notify you. Okay, I was wrong. Zyozzy tilted his head and broke free from Zahu's magic hand. Zahu then put his hand in his pocket and continued to walk forward. Zyozzy hung his head, complaining in his heart, staring at Zahu's hand all the time, fearing that Zahu would destroy him again at any time. Although the Yanmo dojo is called the Yanmo City Dojo, the dojo is not in the city, but by the lake. After bypassing the lake, Zahu and his group came to the location of the dojo, the manor of Zyozzy's family, and the dojo is in the manor. This manor was built for a long time, and both the architectural style and building materials reveal an ancient meaning. The Yulan family is the oldest family in Kanto City. As one of the main buildings, the Yanmo dojo is naturally not vague and simple. Zyozzy, Haoi and the others came here for the first time and were shocked, but Zahu and Kona had been here several times, especially Zahu, who had even seen the Dragonite in the secret realm and studied it. Although he was almost destroyed by Dragonite and flew away, it also showed that everyone was familiar with each other. Stopping directly at the gate of the manor, Zahu pressed the intercom at the door and said, Miss Zyozzy, Butler Kabu, it's me Zahu and Kona, come here to challenge the dojo competition. It's Dr. Zahu and King Kona, come right over. Not long after Zahu finished speaking, a female voice rang. Then, the door of the manor opened automatically, and a tall young woman appeared in front of everyone. Her long light blue hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head, and the two strands of long hair hanging on both sides of her forehead arrogantly curled outwards at the ears regardless of gravity. She was an impressive elder sister with a mature temperament and heroic spirit. Then, before Zahu and Kona could talk, a shadow passed by and Zyaragang was seen holding Yuji's hand with a loving look on his face and said, Beautiful lady, I can tell at a glance that you are Zyozzy, a gym trainer of Yanmo Gym. You are both beautiful and powerful. My name is Zyaragang, and I'm also a gym trainer. Can we? Okay, we all know. Don't say any more. Before Zyaragang finished speaking, Zyraksha skillfully reached out and grabbed Zyaragang's ear and carried him away. Sorry, our companion is rude. Zahu said to Zyaragang. Zyaragang is good in everything, but when he sees a beautiful girl, his brain is filled with water. However, because he is usually very rational and doesn't act stupid in front of Kona, Zahu also ignored it a little and didn't expect it to explode at this time. It's okay. I heard from King Kona that you were coming a long time ago. I was worried that you came too early and the mini dragon hadn't finished molting. I didn't expect you to come after the mini dragon evolved into a harpy. Zyozzy said. That's perfect. You have a Dragonite, and I have a Dragonite. Wait a minute, the two Dragonites will fight. Zahu said with a smile. Zyozzy wanted to challenge him so much. To be honest, there was a grudge between them. When Zahu came to study the Dragonite in Yanmo Gym, he had a friendly competition with Zyozzy. At that time, Zyozzy didn't take Zahu seriously at all. In her eyes, he was only an academic researcher and a genius in the academic field. He definitely didn't have much strength in duels. As a result, King Thorn, Gyarados, and the mini Dragonite, which had not evolved successfully at that time, were all knocked down by Zahu's Snorlax with one punch. Since then, Zyozzy has been full of resentment towards Zahu, and she has been thinking about getting back at the old place all the time. It's a pity that Zahu rarely goes out, so Zyozzy has no chance to vent his resentment. Until now, Xiaoxiang has the opportunity to fight again, thinking about avenging his previous shame. You are the gym trainer, I'm the challenger, so naturally you have the final say. Zhu shrugged, not really panicking about this gym match. Dragon Pokémon are restrained by Ice Pokémon, and except for the Pokémon in his hand that cannot learn Ice type moves, all the other Pokémon can use Ice type moves. Well, the battlefield has been prepared long ago, just waiting for you. Xiaoxiang said happily, as if he was very confident about avenging his previous shame. Okay, but you don't seem to have many Pokémon. If I knock out all your Pokémon, you won't be able to fight my apprentice later, which is more troublesome. Zhu said. Who told you that you can definitely beat me? And you also accept an apprentice? Xiaoxiang said in surprise. Hana, the youngest son of Hone Dragon King Genji, the main force of the violent salamander, is a quasi-god like your Haxorus, but it is already the final evolution form, and your Haxorus is only the second form. Most likely it is not a match. Zhu said. The son of the Tenno Genji, the main force of the violent salamander? Xiaoxiang glanced at Haoi who was next to Zhu. No matter which of the two introductions, she would treat them with all her strength. Yes, Miss Xiaoxiang, wait a moment, I also want to duel with you. Haoi invited. As a trainer of the Johto Dragon Pokémon, I cannot refuse the challenge from the trainer of the Hone Dragon Pokémon. After the fight with your master, I will definitely fight you again. Xiaoxiang responded formally. After that, Xiaoxiang led Zhu and his party into the gym and came to the competition venue that Xiaoxiang had prepared early in the morning, the large pool. Why not on land? Aren't most gym competitions held on land? Haoi looked at the venue and said in surprise. Under normal circumstances, except for the gyms that specialize in water type Pokémon, the Pokémon duel venues are all on land. Because there is a lack of dragon type Pokémon in both Kanto and Johto. Although there are many dragon type Pokémon, to be honest, there are very few dragon type Pokémon. Apart from the legendary beasts, there are only the Thorn Dragon and Dragonite, and the Thorn Dragon has both water and dragon attributes, and Dragonite can live freely in the water. Finally, her third main force is the dragon type Gyarados, so the competition venues are naturally all water venues. Of course, the Pokémon of the duelists can stand on land outside the pool, which is allowed. Zhu explained. So that's how it is. Haoi nodded in realization. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight quickly. My first Pokémon is the Thorn Dragon. Xiaoxiang took the lead in throwing a Thorn Dragon into the water and said. Chapter 245 Dragon Showdown. Spiny Dragon King, you have trained him very well. He is even stronger than when we first met, especially in the water. Even the Quasi Kings are not easy to bully. Zhu looked at Xiaoxiang's Spiny Dragon King and said. Of course, the ones I trained must be powerful. Who will come out next, you or Snorlax? Xiaoxiang said. Snorlax is lying in the yard now. Next, another one will come out. Keep your eyes open. Zhu smiled and released Latias. Latias, when did you get this Pokémon? Xiaoxiang stared in surprise. This dragon type beast, the most prestigious dragon controlling family in Kanto, does not have a dragon type beast. When we went to the water city to play before, it fell in love with me, so it didn't even serve as a guardian, and ran away with me. Zhu laughed. Shit luck. Xiaoxiang said with envy and resentment. You are jealous, but I understand you, and give you the opportunity to attack first. Otherwise, if I attack, you may not have the opportunity to fight back. Zhu said. Although what Zhu said was true, Xiaoxiang felt even more resentful after hearing it, and without thinking, he gave the attack command. Spirit Dragon King, high speed stars. The triangular mouth of the Spirit Dragon King immediately sprayed out large white stars and quickly attacked Latias. Get out of the way, and then get close to the Spirit Dragon King. Dragon Wave. Zhu said. Latias instantly accelerated and fully burst out its speed that exceeded that of a jet plane, easily dodging the high-speed stars of the Spirit Dragon King, and then came to the Spirit Dragon King. A light and shadow energy burst out from its body like a giant dragon and fiercely attacked the Spirit Dragon King. The Spirit Dragon King showed a look of pain and sank directly into the water. What a strong power. Master's Latias is really like a Pokémon compared to before. Haoi exclaimed on the side. That's because Latius has enough foundation, but it lacks proper stimulation and training. In fact, Latius should have had this strength a long time ago. Before the Silver Conference, Latius's strength may be improved to a higher level. Kona smiled. Is that so? The power of the divine beast is indeed extraordinary. Heyo, I agreed. No need to worship blindly. Your violent salamander is not bad either, and has the qualifications of a quasi-god. Instead of envying your master's divine beast, you might as well learn your teacher's fighting style. Just like just now, the high-speed star is a sure hit move in the conventional sense, but at an absolute speed, it was dodge soon. There is an important indicator to measure whether a trainer is an elite, which is to break the rules. Kona said. Break the rules. What about Zyozzy? Heyo, I suddenly looked at Zyozzy and said. He also had a discussion with Zyozzy on the way here, and found that Zyozzy's fighting style is very unique. He has no rules, so there is no such thing as breaking the rules, but his training level is indeed getting closer and closer to the elite level. Kona smiled. Boss lady, don't teach the apprentice yet. Zyozzy's Thorn Dragon King seems to be afraid of the boss and hides in the water and won't come out. What should we do next? Meow Meow said. Hide in the water? Kona turned around and looked at the pool and smiled. With a lake like this, there's no need to play this game. Huh. Meow looked surprised, not knowing what Kona meant, but he soon understood. Latius, use the freezing ray towards the pool. Zahu said. The icy light from Latius' mouth was strong and vented strongly in the pool. The water quickly froze into ice. The Thorn Dragon felt the chill and hurriedly dodged, but as Latius' freezing ray moved, where could it hide? Thorn Dragon, jump up and use the destructive death ray. Zyozzy made a prompt decision and let the Thorn Dragon jump out of the water first. The golden light in its mouth condensed and violently hit Latius. Latius, descend. Zahu said. Latius immediately stopped the spray of the freezing ray, and his body descended rapidly to avoid the Thorn Dragon's destructive death ray. The speed of flying in the air, movement, and dodging are all the key points of Zahu's training of Latius. Although Latius' attack power was insufficient, just like just now, a wave of Dragon Wave hit the Thorn Dragon King head on. If Latius' attack power was not still lacking, one wave would be enough to solve the Thorn Dragon King. Latius, strong mental power, Zahu said. The terrifying mental power of Latius emanated from him, and he instantly controlled the Thorn Dragon King and smashed it hard against the wall. The Thorn Dragon King was in pain and collapsed there powerlessly. Dragon Wave, Zahu said. Latius hit the Thorn Dragon King with a wave of Dragon Wave. There was a loud bang, and smoke and sand rolled. When the smoke and sand dissipated, the Thorn Dragon King lay there with circles in his eyes. The Thorn Dragon King has lost his ability to fight. Mr. Kabu, the butler of Zyozzy's family, acted as the gym referee at this moment and pronounced the outcome. However, facing the failure of his lady in the battle, he was not in a hurry and seemed to have strong confidence in Zyozzy. Okay, next, play your second Pokémon. It's Gyarados. Zahu urged. Wrong, it's this one, my newest main force, the Hakron. Zyozzy threw out a slender Hakron. Hakron. It's unscientific to release it in advance. Zahu looked strange, but after thinking about it, he took Latius back, then released the Hakron, and said to it, this time it's a fight between the same species, don't lose. The Hakron first showed a strange expression, and then saw Zyozzy's Hakron, and immediately showed a curious and excited expression. How did you breed this Hakron? Why is it so big? Zyozzy looked at Zahu's Hakron strangely. Her Hakron was already big enough, but compared with Zahu's, it looked like a child and an adult. It's a problem with my own genes. My Hakron is excellent, the best in the world, just like me, Zahu said. Hearing Zahu's rare praise for it, the Hakron danced happily in the sky and showed a teasing expression to Zyozzy's Hakron. You are such a shameless boaster. Zyozzy shook his head with a look of disdain and looked up at his Hakron. Hakron, let's have a battle in the sky, you Scientail. Zyozzy's Hakron's tail shone with a silver white light like steel and hit Zahu's Hakron fiercely. Dragon Tail. Zahu's voice sounded faintly. Zahu was not afraid of a tail attack. Zahu's Hakron's tail shone with a faint golden light, and then it slashed through the air just as quickly. The two tails collided violently, and Xiaoxiang's Hakran's body shook and was blown away. Obviously, under the collision of power, Xiaoxiang's Hakran was no match for Zahu's Hakran. Fortunately, Hakran had the ability to fly, and before it finally hit the ground, it slowed down and flew back into the sky without suffering any serious injuries. Hakran, hold on, use Dragon's Fury, Xiaoxiang said. Xiaoxiang's Hakran's slender body suddenly straightened, and a strong storm broke out from it, spreading and attacking in all directions. Dragon's Fury, an upgraded version of Tornado. Zahu laughed. One of the two forms of Dragon's Fury, the storm form, can stir up strong winds and huge waves if Gyarados uses it in the sea, causing a tsunami. However, Zahu has never been intimidated by dragon type skills, and said calmly, we will also use Dragon's Fury on Hakran. Zahu's Hakran immediately erupted with a strong storm, rotating in the opposite direction, and cancelling out the strong wind of Xiaoxiang's Hakran. Hakran, use Destruction Death Ray, Xiaoxiang shouted. Then, just as Zahu's Hakran rushed out of the tornado, a strong golden energy column erupted from the sharp horns on Xiaoxiang's Hakran, hitting Zahu's Hakran. Dragon Tail. Although he was hit by Xiaoxiang and Haxorus, Zahu's voice was still orderly, without any urgency. When Zahu Haxorus was hit by Xiaoxiang and Haxorus, he actually turned around and whipped his tail, hitting Xiaoxiang and Haxorus hard. Xiaoxiang and Haxorus screamed in pain, and the injury he suffered seemed to be more serious than Zahu Haxorus. After all, Dragon Tail, which restrains dragon Pokémon twice, causes the same damage as Destruction Ray, and Zahu Haxorus's physical strength is far superior to Xiaoxiang and Haxorus. Okay, Haxorus, it's time to be serious. Don't lose to your own kind. That's shameful, Zahu said. Zahu Haxorus nodded slightly, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes, and moved quickly, and his speed increased by more than double in an instant. Xiaoxiang was shocked. He could not believe that Zahu's Hakran was so fast. He quickly ordered, Hakran, get out of the way. Xiaoxiang Hakran tried to dodge, but just as he jumped up, Zahu Hakran flew up first. Freezing Ray. The cold ice light condensed from Zahu Hakran's mouth and hit Xiaoxiang Hakran again, violently blasting Xiaoxiang Hakran on the ice, shattering the ice. Hakran, hold on, use the Destruction Death Ray again. Xiaoxiang Hakran tried to hold on, and the small horns on his head burst out golden energy waves. Hakran, use the Destruction Death Ray, Zahu said. The small horns on Zahu Hakran's head also condensed rich light, colliding with Xiaoxiang Hakran's Destruction Death Ray, and finally pressed over, and hit Xiaoxiang Hakran. Xiaoxiang Hakran was severely injured, and fell to the ground completely, with circles in his eyes. Hakran has lost the ability to fight. Butler Kabu continued to judge. Hakran, thank you for your hard work. Xiaoxiang took Hakran back into the Pokeball, looked at Zahu solemnly and said, drive Zahu, although this is a bit embarrassing, I want to tell you that your ode to victory will be interrupted from now on. Are you so confident? Then I look forward to your performance. Zahu smiled. Then, my next Pokémon is this, Dragonite. Xiaoxiang threw a Pokeball solemnly. A red light flashed, and a fat, cute and silly two-legged flying dragon appeared in the field. Chapter 246 Xiaoxiang's Trump Card. Dragonite. This is the guardian of Kanto, a dragon-type Pokémon as famous as my Tyrannosaurus, and both have dragon and flying attributes. Haoi shouted excitedly as he looked at Dragonite. Usually after Haoi finished speaking, Kona would give some advice, so Haoi gradually got used to it. But this time, after he finished speaking, Kona didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but look up and said in surprise, Master's wife, what's wrong? Is that Dragonite very powerful? Powerful? Even with 4 times restraint, I don't have anyone who can beat it one-on-one, and I may not even be able to exchange it 2 for 1. Kona said. So powerful? Haoi was shocked. He had great trust in Kona's strength. He even suspected that Kona's rating as the king of the world was too low. But now Kona said that the 2 main forces might not be able to take down the opponent's Dragonite under the condition of 4 times restraint. Isn't it too outrageous? Xiaoxiang, you are cheating. It is illegal to duel with a Pokémon that doesn't belong to you. Zahu gritted his teeth and said. Apart from the ancient Dragonite that was already asleep, there was only one other Dragonite in the world that could make Kona feel difficult, and that was the Dragonite of the ancestor level that stayed in the sanctuary of the Yanmo gym. No, as a gym trainer, I can use the Pokémon left by the previous trainer to fight. I'm just using the one from the previous trainer. What's the problem? Xiaoxiang said with a proud look on her face. She was actually very self-aware. After learning from Du that Zehu had even defeated Charizard Valley, she felt that it was unlikely that she could take revenge on her own. So Xiaoxiang wisely talked to the Dragonite in the sanctuary and then successfully invited Dragonite out. Zehu was furious, but he had no words to say. He could only look at Dragonite and said with a smile that he thought was kind, "Dragonite, long time no see, do you still remember me?" Dragonite looked at Zehu, but angrily exhaled 2 puffs of white air from his 2 nostrils. His 2 originally peaceful and cute eyes suddenly showed a fierce expression, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Zehu. "Don't be like this. I just wanted to study you a little bit and check the data. I really didn't mean to hurt you." Zehu smiled awkwardly. The greatest application value of fairy research is to completely resist dragon type tricks. So in order to better improve this report, Zehu naturally had to study the strongest dragon type Pokémon. He knew that the strongest dragon type Pokémon was this Dragonite, so he came to investigate it at the beginning, and it was quite a big deal. Dragonite is still upset about it. You don't have to say anything more. This game is Dragonite's revenge game. You wait to be punished. Xiaoxiang said arrogantly. Well, Haxlong, be serious. The opponent is very strong. Zehu said. Haxlong looked at Dragonite seriously and then looked at Zehu with a confused face. Is this guy really strong? It looks stupid, fat, and big, and has no lethality at all. This guy's your evolution. 3 black lines appeared on Zehu's forehead. Fat and big, stupid? He is the fastest flying. Okay. Despising other Pokémon is fine, but despising your evolution? It's my evolution? Hearing Zehu's answer, Haxorus was in a daze, looking at the Dragonite opposite in disbelief. The whole dragon was in trouble. Will I become so big and so fat in the future? No, I refuse. Haxorus looked down at his slender body, and there was a wave of intoxication in his eyes. Such a slender, so soft, and full of artistic beauty should be my body. Haxorus suddenly perked up and looked at the Dragonite in front of him with a murderous look on his face. You big fat man, look at me to beat you. Dragonite looked at Haxorus strangely, not understanding why his degenerate form suddenly had such a strong murderous aura towards him. Dragonite was still confused, and Haxorus suddenly rushed towards it quickly, as fast as a stream of light, like a large truck rushing at it. Dragonite was slightly stunned and was hit by Haxorus. He hit the wall next to him in one breath and smashed the wall to pieces. It turned out that Master's Dragonite got the upper hand first. Heyo, I said in shock. It's getting serious, but the next part is the real excitement. Heyo, I stared with wide eyes. How did the strongest Dragonite in Kanto fight? Kona smiled faintly. As Zehu's closest person, she was naturally very clear about Zehu's Pokémon. Zehu's Pokémon, apart from the legendary beasts, there are also 2 that can compete with the legendary beasts in terms of genes. One is the Gyarados that is currently mating, and the other is this Dragonite. It is currently known that it is the only surviving descendant of the ancient Dragonite. The power of the bloodline is self-evident, but Zehu's Pokémon have always been more individual than one. Not to mention the legendary beasts. The remaining Golduck is lustful, Jengar is naughty, Lucario is resolute, and Dragonite is lazy. Obviously, it has extraordinary talent, but it has always been lazy. Neither Zehu nor Kona knows how strong it is. After being hit against the wall by Haxorus, Dragonite finally showed a bit of anger on his kind face. His right hand flashed with lightning and hit Haxorus fiercely. Haxorus screamed in pain and was blown into the sky by the punch. Then he heard the sound of wind beside his ears. Dragonite flapped its wings and came to the top of Haxorus first and then hit Haxorus from the sky with another punch. There was a loud bang, smoke, and dust burst out, blocking everyone's vision. Freezing Ray. Seeing this scene, Zehu not only did not worry about Haxorus' situation, but issued an order first. Xiaoxiang looked puzzled. Even if the dragon type is resistant to electricity, it depends on whose fist it is. Can Dragonite withstand 2 consecutive punches? Xiaozuang's doubts have not been answered yet. A black shadow suddenly jumped out of the smoke, and a cold ice light hit Dragonite head on, and Dragonite showed a dissatisfaction and pain on his face. Next, Dragon Tail. Zahu said. The tail of Haxorus shone with golden light, and it whipped Dragonite with force, pulling Dragonite from the sky to the ground. Dragonite, hold on. Haxorus' counterattack was beyond Xiaozuang's expectation, and Dragonite's reaction was even faster. When Haxorus was pulled to the ground, he turned beautifully and stepped firmly on the ground. Although the freezing ray was restrained by 4 times and the dragon's tail was also restrained by 2 times, such damage to him was like no damage. Okay, destroy the death ray. Seeing that Dragonite was fine, Xiaozuang's face was happy, and he shouted immediately. Dragonite opened its mouth, and the golden light in its mouth was rich, and the bursting light column attacked Haxorus. Caesar who shouted. The destruction death ray came fiercely, as if to destroy everything. Haxorus' slender body twisted flexibly in the air, forming a big C, perfectly avoiding the destruction death ray. Another freezing ray. Zahu shouted. The ice light in Haxorus' mouth gathered again, and the cold light burst out. Dragonite, fly up quickly. Xiaozuang shouted anxiously. Dragonite flapped its wings behind it, and immediately flew up, dodging the freezing ray, and then pounced on Haxorus. Dragonite, use the destruction beam again. Xiaozuang said. Dragonite moved like the wind, and it was impossible to imagine that such a fast speed could burst out from this fat body. In an instant, it came to the top of Haxorus, and then the sharp beam of light hit Haxorus head on. Haxorus was knocked to the ground hard, smoke and dust rolled, and even the gym was shaken. Everyone was shocked. After using the destruction beam, there will be a short period of time when the body is stiff and unable to move. Why can Dragonite move so fast? Heyo, I said in shock. After using the destruction beam, there will be a period of time when the whole body is stiff and unable to move. That's because the destruction beam is too powerful. After using it, there will be a short period of exhaustion, just like the ultimate impact. But if the physical strength is enough, it can be avoided in theory, and this Dragonite has this strength. Kona said. Then brother won't lose. Xiaozi said worriedly. You can rest assured about this. With your brother's current strength, no gym can stop Zahu, especially Dragonite, which is 4 times weak to ice. I'm just curious about how many Pokémon Zahu will use to fight. Kona said with a smile. Oh. Xiaozi nodded and continued to watch the game. Drive Zahu. Take out your Latius again. Your Haxorus has been defeated. Xiaozuang looked at Zahu proudly. Compared with fighting Haxorus, she also prefers to fight against Latius, a dragon type Pokémon that she has never fought before. Really? Zahu showed an inexplicable smile on his face. He looked up at the dark clouds that suddenly gathered in the venue, and his smile became even stronger in his heart. It's finally going to burn. Lazy guy, let me see your full strength. Chapter 247, Hakron burns to the limit. Large dark clouds gathered, and the rain was flying. The whole venue was covered by heavy rain. Several dull thunder sounded from the clouds, and lightning flashed, revealing a terrifying power. The Hakron on the ground suddenly flew up, and the 3 strange gems on its body emitted dazzling light. In the clouds, several lightnings struck one after another. Dragonite vibrated its small wings, and dodged at a very fast speed, but even though its wings flapped quickly, it was still hit by 3 lightnings, and its pale yellow body had some burn marks. Dragonite, are you okay? Xiaozuang said. Dragonite shook its head hard, scattered the ashes on its body, clenched its fists, and exuded a stronger aura. The 3 thunders did not cause it serious injuries, but made it angry, and the familiar battle rhythm began to recover. Like the Charizard in the Charizard Valley, Dragonite has been at ease for many years, and its fighting instinct has begun to degenerate, leaving only an abnormally thick blood volume, and now Dragonite is beginning to leave its retired pension state. Seeing Dragonite being fine, Zahu sighed in his heart. As expected, the old monster is the old monster. Although the dragon type is resistant to electricity, it is weak to the flying type, so the thunder is completely normal damage. If it is a normal Dragonite, 1 Freezing Ray, 1 Dragon Tail, and 1 Thunder is enough to solve it. But now, 3 Thunders are like no effect. Hakan, continue to use Thunder and control Lightning. Zahu shouted. After Hakan evolved into Dragonite, there are advantages and disadvantages. Needless to say, the advantages are that the strength and speed are improved, but there are also disadvantages, that is, the ability to freely control the weather is lost. This is also the biggest advantage of Hakan facing Dragonite. Especially Zahu's Hakan once absorbed some of Lugia's power in the thunderclouds of Hinoki Town. Haxorus stretched out his body, and the thunderclouds flashed with lightning, which made people feel depressed. Then dozens of lightning bolts struck down, as if destroying the world. Before hitting Dragonite, the roof of Yanmo Gym was bombarded by lightning and exploded. Butler Kabu was shocked. Looking at the empty roof, he secretly regretted that he should have opened the roof and fought in the sky. Now he lost a lot. Xiaozuang was also full of surprise. If he were in the other place, his Haxorus would definitely not have such power. Zahu's Haxorus was too strong. He couldn't help but look at Dragonite and said, "Dragonite, is it okay?" Looking at the thunder and lightning in the sky, Dragonite's silly eyes also showed a bit of solemnity. This time, the opponent is quite powerful. Thinking of this, Dragonite's wings vibrated, and before Xiaozuang gave the order, it fearlessly rushed into the thundercloud. Rather than waiting for the lightning to fully form and being attacked by so many lightning at the same time, it would be better to endure a small part of the pain and rush into the thundercloud first. As long as Haxorus is defeated, all the lightning will disappear. The lightning struck, and even though Dragonite had a strong defense, it still felt a little pain. It just injured it in one breath, and rushed towards Haxorus in the sky of lightning like an unyielding fighter. Although Haxorus can control the weather, it is not a lightning attribute after all. It is convenient to condense rain, but such a large-scale thunder has exceeded its own limit. It is also in pain, but looking at Dragonite rushing towards him, it doesn't care about anything. Since its evolution, this is the first time it has fought so seriously, and it will definitely not lose. Haxorus, Tornado. Zahu said. The gems on the body of the Dragonite shined, and a strong whirlwind blew up, rolling up lightning, condensing strong electric current to trap Dragonite, hindering Dragonite's movement, and then gathering electric currents around it to attack with all its strength. Before the power of lightning reaches its peak, rushing into the thundercloud first may certainly break the crisis, but it also faces this terrifying lightning power in advance. Especially the tornado has double damage to dragon-type Pokémon. Dragonite, use Mystic Guard quickly, block it. Xiaozuang shouted anxiously. However, Dragonite did not listen to Xiaozuang's instructions this time, but let out a loud roar, and a layer of energy fluctuations like a dragon's shadow on its body, bravely and fearlessly rushed towards the Dragonite, and its huge body directly broke through the tornado and hit the Dragonite. Dragonite, Dragon Tail. Zahu shouted. With the speed of Dragonite, it was almost a pipe dream to escape Dragonite, so he could only collide head-on, and then find an opportunity to dodge flexibly. The tail of the Dragonite shone with golden light, mixed with lightning from all directions, and rushed towards Dragonite. A battle to bet everything. The two strong energies clashed fiercely. Dragonite let out a dull roar and finally won. It suppressed Haxorus's tail, and knocked Haxorus to the ground. The ground immediately shattered, and smoke and dust rolled. When the smoke and sand cleared, Haxorus' eyes had become circles. He endured 2 lightning punches, a destruction death beam and a dragon wave, and they were all from Dragonite, a Pokémon that was extremely strong, and had surpassed the level of the king. Even if Haxorus was strong enough, he couldn't bear it. Zahu didn't immediately take Haxorus back into the Pokéball. Instead, he walked to Haxorus, gently stroked Haxorus's head and said, "Are you disappointed? This is the first time you fought with all your strength without reservation, but the final result is that you lost." Haxorus gently moved his body, leaned his head against Zahu's trouser leg, and looked hurt and pitiful. Even though he used all his strength, without any reservation, and wanted to fight madly, he still lost in the end. For the first time, he wanted to win so badly, but he found that he didn't have the power to win. "You don't want to lose again, so you should train well in the future," Zahu said. Haxlong nodded immediately, indicating that he would obey the command of the superior. It's agreed that, if you dare to be lazy in training again, I will cut off your rations. Zahu patted Haxlong's head with a little doting. Haxlong continued to nod, and he obeyed unconditionally, after losing the game. Okay, go back and lie down first. Zahu smiled. Haxlong nodded, moved his body, and went to the rest area on the side. It's okay, meow. Victory and defeat are common in the military, and there is no Pokémon in the boss's hands that has never lost. Meow Meow comforted him considerately and patted the ground by the way. Lie down well, all the places here are for you to rest. Haxlong did not really lie down in those places, but left more space. Master's wife, what is Haxlong doing? Why doesn't he lie down in the big place? Heyo, I asked curiously. That's a question. Because there will be another Pokémon coming here to lie down later, so we need to reserve a place in advance. Kona smiled as he watched the familiar scene of Haxorus. He didn't know if it was true that Pokémon were like trainers. Zahu's Pokémon had a very harmonious relationship with each other, but just like Zahu and Kochiro, they were basically bad friends. Reserve a place in advance. Heyo, I nodded, not quite understanding. Chapter 248 The Growth of Latius. Next, Latius, try your best. Zahu released Latius and said, although it is unlikely that Latius will win, even if Dragonite has already experienced a fierce battle, it is not something that Latius can win now. It's just that in the case of overall victory, a partial defeat may be better. For Latius, this Dragonite is an excellent sparring partner. Finally, it's Latius. Dragonite, the opponent is a legendary beast. You need to work hard. Xiaoxiang said to Dragonite. Dragonite glanced at Latius, but did not show a solemn expression. The awakened combat instinct told it that this Latius was not as powerful as the Haxorus just now. Latius, it seems that you are underestimated. Let me give you a gift first. Invisibility. Zahu said. After hearing this, Latius' body immediately became invisible and disappeared from the field. Dragonite's eyes turned fierce, and he looked around with murderous intent. He could actually be invisible, which meant that he was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Dragon's Wave. Zahu's voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, a strong energy wave appeared in the venue, and a giant dragon-like phantom came straight towards Dragonite. Dragonite Mystical Guard. Xiaochan shouted. Since she couldn't find the opponent's whereabouts, she used Mystical Guard to enhance her defense. However, Dragonite still didn't listen to her. Dragonite's fat body suddenly burst out with amazing agility at this moment. The small wings behind it fluttered, and its body suddenly rose 10 meters high. The dragon wave missed, and could only hit the ground without any effect. What an amazing speed. It turns out that fat people are potential stocks. Zahu said in surprise. Although he knew that Dragonite was the fastest flying Pokémon, he couldn't associate it with its current agility when he saw its fat appearance. Hearing Zahu's words, Dragonite glared at Zahu with dissatisfaction, expressing his strong dissatisfaction. I was wrong. Stay calm. Don't be angry. Zahu shrugged, then looked at Xiaochan and said, Xiaochan, you don't need to give orders. This Dragonite has been following the previous gym leader for a long time, and has long developed a habit of fighting. It is brave and fearless to attack. It will not agree to your defensive orders. In fact, your trainer level is not as high as Dragonite's, so it will not listen to your command. Is that so? Xiaochan asked in confusion. Then there is no problem when I'm training normally. Because it is recovering its state during training, so there is no problem, but it is different in battle. Dragonite has its own fighting style, and this fighting style is slightly different from yours. In addition, the strength of this Dragonite is very different from that of your Pokémon, so it can do many things that you think it can't do. For example, if it rushed into the thundercloud just now, if it was your Haxorus, I don't know how many times it would die, but it can withstand it for Dragonite. Zahu said. Is that so, Dragonite? Xiaochan looked at Dragonite, but Dragonite did not respond to her. At this moment, it was fully focused on the battle, and would not come out easily. With flapping wings, the fat but agile body moved quickly in the air, and fought fiercely with the invisible Latius in the small sky. Latius attacked from time to time with the Dragon Wave, and Dragonite swung its tail, ready to explode at any time. In just a few minutes, the battle in the sky had reached a white-hot point, with energy constantly colliding and fierce confrontation. This Dragonite is really strong. In the absence of the trainer's command, it can fight against the invisible opponent entirely by feeling. Its strength is so strong. If Latius hadn't been invisible, it might have been defeated long ago. "Heyo," I said, looking at the infinitely powerful Dragonite in the field. A sense of admiration surged in his heart. They are all guardian gods, and they both have the dual attributes of Langfei. There is no reason why Dragonite can do it, but Hurricane and Salamander can't. The strongest Dragonite is naturally not a false reputation. Next, Latius should be defeated. Then, take a good look at the combat power of your master's strongest Pokémon, and appreciate the charm of ice Pokémon. Maybe you can even go to the Unova region to collect a Kyurem, Kona said with a smile. Kyurem? Heyo, I smiled bitterly. It would be nice if he could have one, but even his father didn't have one, so he had better not dream. Let's start. Kona's pupils shrank slightly. Heyo's eyes widened, staring at the game. The Dragonite in the sky suddenly stopped moving, floating quietly in the air, but there was a strong sense of majesty emanating from it. Its originally honest appearance was no longer kind, but on the contrary, it looked like a prehistoric behemoth, which made people daunted. Suddenly looking up, golden light condensed in its mouth, and an exploding golden energy bomb quickly rose to the sky, then quickly exploded, splitting into countless energy bombs, bombing in all directions, and falling like a meteorite. Since it is difficult to find, there is no need to look for it. Just bomb it in large areas without distinction. Dragon Meteor. Heyo's eyes widened. The biggest trick of the Dragon Pokémon. He always wanted the violent Salamander to learn, but he never learned it. Don't look at it, let's go. Kona pulled Heyoi, and led everyone to retreat quickly. Sure enough, the Dragonite fell, and the already broken ground was bombed like an earthquake, and the area was extremely wide. Kajiro and Meowth had lingering fears on their faces. It's going to destroy the house again. These Pokémon are too cruel. Last time, Entei and Articuno fought with all their strength and destroyed the venue of the grand contest. Now Dragonite has started the battle and made the gym venue like this. They are too scary. We have to go home, study hard, and not fight. Latius is so strong that he hasn't been beaten out yet. Xianagang looked at the venue bombed by the Dragonite with a surprised face, but found that there was no figure of Latius, and he couldn't help but be shocked. However, as soon as Xianagang finished speaking, Dragonite in the sky suddenly moved, pounced in one direction, and grabbed something with both hands. The Dragonite covers a very wide area. Although it is not impossible to completely avoid it, there are only these places where you can avoid it. So, take the initiative to catch it. It's faster. Holding Latius tightly, a purple giant dragon phantom appeared on Dragonite again, and the whole dragon fell to the ground like a meteorite. Then, the phantom of Latius appeared in front of everyone. Dragon Wave, Sky Dragon Meteor, Dragon God Dive, one after another. They are all dragon type ultimate moves. Kona said, with the addition of Thunder Fist and Destruction Death Ray, this Dragonite is really too strong. Sister Kona, when we challenge, do we have to face such a Pokémon? Xiaoxia looked at the Dragonite in the field, and said with a face full of fear, if the opponent is this, she can't do it. Don't worry, this Dragonite has already surpassed the standard of the gym competition. It is specially designed to target Zahu. If you come to fight, it will definitely not happen. Kona said. That's good. Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief. If the opponent is this Dragonite, there is really no need to fight. If you are really afraid of dragon type Pokémon, you can use a fairy type Pokémon. Let's do this. After this time, go to Zahu's house and get a Luli. Lula's final evolution, Meryl, has the dual attributes of fairy and water, which is just right for you, a water type Pokémon trainer. Kona said. Is this really okay? Xiaoxia's eyes lit up. She liked water type Pokémon no matter what, and Luli was even cuter. She liked it the most. No problem, it's just a Luli. Zahu and I still have the power to do it. Kona smiled. The Alliance's management of the research institute is very loose, or it can be said that they don't care at all. For example, in Zahu's research institute, Gardevoir and the like are first level protected and cannot be missing. As for the rest of the Jigglypuff and Luli, as long as they are above the target, Zahu can handle the rest by himself. As for Lulali, they are one of the fastest growing Pokémon. Their population is more than doubled compared to the initial stage. Zahu originally planned to select a few of them and give them to suitable trainers to travel with. Zyraksha obviously meets this standard. That's about it. The next game will be simple and boring. Kona said. Simple and boring? Why is that? Shouldn't Zahu use his trump card next and then have a wonderful battle? Zyraksha said in surprise. Because Dragonite has experienced a resurgence and then 2 battles, it has consumed too much energy. Now it has only 50% of its peak combat power. With this combat power, it is more than enough to fight against ordinary Pokémon. Even Zyros' Suicune is not a match for Dragonite now, but in front of Articuno, 2 moves are enough. Kona said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang was heard, and the huge body of Dragonite fell down, while Articuno flew excitedly in the sky. Chapter 249 Sanctuary Trial. Hakron, don't be lazy, use Dragon Dive. Latius, use Dragon Wave. Zahu's command voice continued to ring out in the sanctuary of the Smoky Ink Gym. In the sky, 3 figures intersected, 2 blue and 1 yellow, and terrifying energy waves erupted in the sky. Many Pokémon in the sanctuary watched in shock. Raw Dragonite roared, and the momentum surged out. The fierce Dragon Dive rushed over, knocking down both Hakron and Latius. Hakron and Latius surged with power, barely controlling their bodies, before falling to the ground, reducing the damage. Okay, today's training ends here, take a rest first. Zahu shouted. After hearing this, Latius and Hakron immediately slowed down, and flew to the side, to receive the dual treatment of Sister Mimi and Dragonite, using healing waves to restore physical strength, and healing bells to restore spirits. Dragonite, thank you very much. Zahu waved to Dragonite. Dragonite glanced at Zahu proudly, and then flew back to the holy temple where it had always lived. It has been several days since the end of the gym competition. Zyroshi and Zyraksha have also completed the challenge. Zyroshi won the game with difficulty after sending out the luxurious combination of Snorlax, Charizard, and Pikachu, while Zyraksha had a harder time. The difference in strength between Gyarados and Milotic and Zyarachan's Gyarados and Hakan was not big, but Zyarachan also had a Thorn Dragon, so she was basically beaten up. However, those who often follow Zyroshi are naturally lucky. During the second challenge, Psyduck suddenly jumped out and replaced Starfish's position and won with abnormal telekinesis. Zyarachan felt incredible, but winning is winning, and Zyarachan had nothing to say. In fact, even if Zyraksha did not have the explosive power of Psyduck, Zyarachan also planned to give the badge to Zyraksha. After all, Zyraksha's strength has already defeated the standard for participating in the competition. Participating in the gym competition itself does not necessarily require defeating the gym trainer to obtain the badge. Otherwise, how did so many cannon fodder A, B, C, and D who were beaten by Zyroshi enter the Silver Conference? After the game, Zyroshi and his friends separated from Zahu and went to Wakaba Town to register the game information and then officially obtained the qualification to enter the league meeting. Originally, Zahu was going to go there too, but Du said he had something to talk to him about, so he asked him to stay in the Yanmo gym for a while. As for the registration for the game, Du had already helped him solve it. Zahu was not in a hurry. Du was a Johto champion and said that he helped Zahu save the procedures. It was not a matter of minutes. Zahu was bored, so he started training Pokémon in the sanctuary. In the sanctuary of the Yanmo gym, Zahu naturally focused on training the dragon Pokémon in his hand. It happened that there was a top boss, Dragonite, in the sanctuary, so Zahu used the boss as a sparring partner. Although Dragonite had a little grudge against Zahu, it did not reject fighting with Haxorus and Latius. On the contrary, it liked its current life a little bit, with someone to accompany it and exercise its muscles. In addition, Zahu often gave Dragonite snacks recently, and the relationship between the two sides eased, so Zahu moved into the sanctuary without hesitation. After all, Dragonite is a gentle Pokémon. There's news from Du that he'll arrive this afternoon. Kona came over and said, "Is he finally here?" He just sent a message and I've been waiting for him here for more than half a month. A superstar. So inefficient. Zahu said with a look of disgust. I can't help it. I regret it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you join the Pokémon Special Investigator. That guy would not take chicken feathers as an order every day. Kona said. So how about we discuss it? I'll go to compete for the Johto Championship, and you'll compete for the Kanto Championship. Zahu said. That's possible. Kona nodded, and the two looked at each other with a tacit smile. By the way, the little Vulpix was born at home, and we haven't held it properly, or teased it yet. After Do finishes talking, we'll go home, and coax the child properly. After all, it's the fruit of our two people. Zahu said. That's the child of the Ninetales. Kona rolled his eyes at Zahu. Almost the same. Zahu lazily lay on the grass. It's only 2.5 months away from the silver tournament, and Genji will also come back from the Hone region. By then, do you think Haoi's growth will satisfy him? This question is meaningless. It should be Haoi's growth. Are you satisfied? Kona said. Yes, whether he is satisfied or not, at most it will involve a baby dragon. It's best to have one, but it doesn't make any difference if there is none. It is always not as important as the development of my first apprentice. Genji asked me to be Haoi's master, so he will bear the burden of me pointing fingers at Haoi's life in the future. Zahu smiled. You are really protective of your shortcomings. Kona rolled his eyes at Zahu in a reproachful manner and said, Zyos he is like this. Zyajiro meow meow is like this. They only allow themselves to bully others, and others can't touch them. Now even Haoi is like this. But Genji should be quite satisfied. After all, it's always good for his son to have a master like you. And Haoi's violent salamander has also reached the level of aqua seeking. It's just at the level of aqua seeking. What's there to be proud of? For a guardian like the salamander to evolve to the level of aqua seeking, isn't it natural for it to be trained to the level of aqua seeking, as long as it eats well and drinks well, and the trainer is not too useless? The reason why Haoi's salamander has only reached the level of aqua seeking is that when Haoi was training before, he focused too much on coordinating the training of the trainer Mei and Salamander, a tyrant level Pokémon. Participating in the gorgeous competition was originally inappropriate, especially Genji, who didn't allow his son to train, and put all kinds of obstacles, resulting in a failure to coordinate training. Then Haoi rejected normal training because of this, which made Salamander like this. Zahu shook his head. Because this is reality, not like in the game, so evolution is linked to level, but it is not exactly the same. A higher level does not necessarily mean evolution. The first generation of Ash's family is clear evidence. Bulbasaur and Squirtle have long surpassed the levels of ordinary Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Even ordinary Venusaur and Blastoise may not be higher than these two, but they just don't evolve. On the other hand, evolution does not necessarily require a level increase. In some special cases, Pokémon can evolve quickly under excessive anger or strong evolutionary demands. The most direct example is Ash's Kalos region slimy melodrama, a rare quasi-god level Pokémon of Ash, but its record is really not worthy of the title of quasi-god. It is the kind that evolves quickly, but in fact, the level has not been raised. However, Haoi's is obviously not the second case. In terms of training Salamander, Genji's family is professional, and there is no problem with evolution, so he changed the training method and reached the qua-seeking level, which is easier than Latios. So this is why Genji specifically found a master for Haoi. This kid has too many conflicts with his family, so he needs to be taught by someone outside. Kona said thoughtfully, by the way, speaking of the silver tournament, what Linoop are you going to use this time? Just use the Linoop you have, or let the old main players such as Snorlax, King of Leave, and Togekiss from the Institute come out. The election method of the silver tournament is to first select the examination, 1-on-1, then 3-on-3, and finally 6-2-6. Before the 6-2-6, let the friends at home come out to make a fuss, and then the real competition, then the 6 sacred beasts. Zahu said. 6 sacred beasts? Are you really going to do this? Are you going to let people play with you or not? Kona said with a surprised look on her face. She thought Zahu was just talking. Not really, Latios is only at the qua-seeking level. These 6 players can always beat one Latius when they go together. Zahu said. What about Zyos, he and his men? Don't you let them win? Kona said. Look at Zyos, his Lidoop. If there are still Squirtle and Bulbasaur, I will let Jenga and Sylph to avenge the previous shame. If there is a favorable Ulu, I will let Lucario go, and it will be a brotherly duel. If there are none, we can also push forward with 6. Countless people are targeting me, so I have no choice but to let them know that they still have a long future, and not to be complacent because of the small achievements in front of them. Zahu said. You just want to bully the weak. Kona ruthlessly exposed Zahu's excuses and lies. If I don't bully the weak, how can I have time to fall in love with you? Zahu smiled and held Kona's hand, with a smug look on his face. Kona's mouth corners slightly raised, closed his eyes, and lay on Zahu's thighs with a face full of happiness. Zahu smiled and helped Kona gather her hair, leaning against a tree on the side, and his heart was also peaceful. Chapter 250, Commission from Do. Finally, I'm willing to come. I've been waiting for you for more than half a month. Zahu lazily looked at Do, who had just come down from Dragonite. It's because you kidnapped our Ice Queen, that Shiba, and I have so many things to do that we can't handle it. Besides, you've been eating and drinking at my house for more than half a month, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Do glared at Zahu unhappily. Pay attention to your words. It's my Ice Queen. Besides, if you don't want me to eat, then I'll change the place and eat at your private villa. Zahu said. 9527. Is this your attitude towards your superiors? Do put his hands in his pockets and put on the majesty of a boss. Superior? Okay, I'll call Uncle Oak and talk about the superior issue. Zahu pressed the watch and was about to make a call. You're cruel. Do rolled his eyes unhappily and sat down again. The Uncle Oak mentioned by Zahu is the son of Professor Oak, the real power of the Pokémon Special Search Officer, who happens to be Do's boss. Of course, it is not entirely accurate to call him a superior, because the status of Lord Totten is the same as that of Uncle Oki, and the champion is even higher. In addition, special investigators basically go alone. Except for a few large-scale missions, they basically do not go out in groups, so Totten is not panicked. However, just now he was showing off his superior's authority, and now Zahu directly threw out a superior, which is quite embarrassing. Okay, tell me all the nonsense you have. Zahu said. It's not big or small, you accepted Genji's son as your apprentice, so next, after defeating the Johto Alliance, you will go to the Hone region, right? Totten said. Yes, Kanto, Johto, Hone, Sinop, Unova, Kalos, these are my established destinations, you know it. What? Do you have a mission for me in Hone? Zahu said. That's right, although you never leave the house, and have hardly left the house in the 5 years in Pallet Town, you are also very familiar with things in other regions. You know the underground organization in the Hone region, right? Totten said. Team Magma, whose ultimate goal is to pursue the super ancient Pokémon Groudon, and Team Aqua, whose ultimate goal is to pursue the super ancient Pokémon Kyogre. Zahu said. Yes, but their ultimate goal is not to pursue, but to control Groudon and Kyogre, and then use it to rule the world, and they have made considerable progress. Do said. Then, Zahu spread his hands and said. What then? They are going to subdue the ancient beasts. Do said. So what if they subdue them? Don't tell me that the power of the Alliance really can't fight against the 2 beasts, and will be overthrown by the 2 underground organizations. Zahu said with disdain. If it was so easy to be overthrown, the Alliance would have been finished long ago. With the current Groudon and Kyogre, we can indeed easily defeat them, but it is said that they have another level of power above their current power. That is the original return, to restore their original strength, but they do not have the power to return to their original state freely, and need to use props. Groudon is a blue bead, and Kyogre is a red bead. These 2 beads should be in the hands of the 2 underground organizations. Zahu said. So that power is the return of the original. Although you are a harsh talker, your brain is still reliable. Do snapped his fingers and said, although there is a power that can compete after the return of the original, the casualties will be too great. At that time, whether it is a victory or a defeat, it will be a defeat for the Alliance. That's true. There is no benefit in fighting against the legendary beasts. Although Kyogre and Groudon don't seem to have any special duties, they sleep all day long. Zahu said that the duties of Groudon and Kyogre are to increase land and increase seawater respectively. However, the current layout of land and seawater has been regionally balanced and stable, so these two legendary beasts have nothing to do. Their biggest role is to sleep, but it's still not good to fight. So, we have to take action against the Magna Team and the Aqua Team. Do said. Wait a minute, I have another question. Can you explain it to me? This is a matter of the Hone region. What does it have to do with you, the champion of Johto and the king of Kanto? The Hone Alliance is not incapable of solving it. Zahu said. Special investigators are not divided by region. Do emphasized. As for the alliance in the Hone region, you know what I mean, even if I don't tell you. Dago, no one knows where he is digging for ore all year round. Let alone the alliance, even his father can't be found. And the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, the Dragon King Genji and the Water King Mikali, one is at sea all year round and can't be found at critical moments, and the other is immersed in the gorgeous competition and only has a few days in the Hone region all year round. Some people want to remove him from his post. As for the other heavenly kings, they all retired this year and the re-election will start tomorrow. So, they came to borrow people from us in Kanto, who made Kanto the birthplace of the alliance. At the end of the conversation, Do spread his hands helplessly. He was already very busy. He was the champion of the king of 2 regions, and had a special investigator. He was also studying the matter of Mega Evolution Stones recently. Who knew that Hone would be able to do anything? I see. Zahu suddenly realized. No wonder we didn't see the king of Hone very often in the animation. But Mikali was actually the king of water. I thought he was always leisurely and waited for Dago to quit before challenging the other 4. So you understand now? Do said. What do you understand? You don't plan to let me handle it alone, do you? Zahu said. It's assistance. I'm still worried about letting you handle it alone. When you arrive in the Hone area, assist in the process. I'll be the main one, and you'll be the auxiliary one. Of course, if you can find Dago in advance and catch him, you can also end it. Do said. No problem. Zahu agreed immediately. Anyway, he remembered that Dago appeared in the animation, and it was quite early, which meant that Zyossi had met him, so he just followed Zyossi. This kind of thing is simple and stress-free. You agreed so readily? Are you okay? Zahu agreed readily, and Do felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Do you want me to refuse? Then I'll refuse now. Zahu said. Then you should agree. Do said. No matter what the reason is, as long as you are sure, it's fine. Then it's okay, right? Come on, release your Pokémon, and practice with my Dragon Pokémon and my apprentice's Violent Salamander. Zahu said. Let me stay. I'm very busy. Do quickly refused. You are busy, but I'm not. Because of your words, Kona and I have been waiting for you here for more than half a month. Zahu said. Don't come on, you are just traveling. How busy are you? And Kona, don't mention her to me. Everyone has a lot of things to do. Kanto City is not enough. And then Kikuko went to be the gym leader, but she asked for leave just like that. Do you know how much I have to do in the past 6 months? Do said madly. What does it have to do with me? You are the 2 kings of Kanto City, and you have a lot of things to do. What does it have to do with Kona? Zahu said. That's because Kanto and Johto are one entity, and many things need to be solved comprehensively. And Johto is indeed short of manpower, so Shiba and I have 2 jobs. Do said. No matter what, as long as the sky doesn't fall, you stay here for 7 more days, and help my apprentice train a little bit. Zahu said. Okay, you are awesome. Do finally chose to give in. That's okay. Zahu said. But, you should also show me your Latias. You kid can actually subdue a dragon type beast. I really can't accept it. In terms of understanding and application of dragon type Pokémon, can you compare with me? After all, it should be mine. Do said annoyed. What you said doesn't sound right to me. How about a competition? Let's compete with the dragon type beasts. You are not allowed to use your Dragonite. The rest are up to you. Zahu raised his eyebrows. In terms of command skills, he really didn't think he would lose to Do. Only Do's Dragonite is ridiculously strong, and Hakan can't compare for the time being. The rest are up to you. Just from your tone, I know you are a novice who uses Dragon Pokémon. Dragon Pokémon is the most powerful Pokémon, and the Dragon Pokémon special move is also the most powerful special move. When using it, it will only limit you to Dragon-type Pokémon. Dragon-type Pokémon are stronger. Do said with a serious face. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare? Just Dragon-type? Zahu had a provocative expression on his face. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Do stood up disdainfully and walked out. Do you dare? Of course he didn't dare. When it comes to strength, no one will outdo strength. Even Kona, who has blocked Do from the championship for several years in a row, will not deny Do's strength against his conscience. But as everyone knows, Do is the flying king. Except for Dragonite, his other king level Pokémon are flying types such as Charizard, Gyarados, and Tyranitar. He doesn't have a single dragon type. He had a few dragon Pokémon in his hand, except for Dragonite. Although it took a long time to capture the Thorn Dragon, it had been kept for too long, and was not even acquire-seeking. And since he had just obtained the baby dragon, it was even more difficult to capture it. Therefore, without using the two main Dragonites, he could only use the rest of the dragon Pokémon to fight against Zahu. He would not know how he died. Do was not stupid, so of course he would not humiliate himself. At the moment, he could only swear in his heart to cultivate the baby dragon in his hand as soon as possible and relax the requirements. He could capture it, even if it was not a quasi god. The round land shark and the single-headed dragon were difficult to find, but the Tanabata blue bad was relatively easy to find. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.